Good evening and welcome. We're here once again at the Grand Central Hall in Liverpool for what promises to be another fantastic night of boxing, brought to you by Braithwaite Promotions from our usual social channel, YouTube, Instagram and Twitter. We've got a great night of boxing, accumulating with the WBC Super Flyweight Silver Championship, where local talent Marcel Braithwaite will be fighting to look forward to go for a world title. I'm joined alongside me by my usual mate, the oracle of boxing, Mr. Steve Lillis, who will be involved in the commentary and talk us through the night. How are you doing, Steve?
I'm good to see you again, Trevor, and be back here in this splendid venue. Small but splendid, what a place it is.
Yeah, very much. It reminds me of that old, what's that old boxing place in London?
York Hall.
York Hall.
With a balcony is not a bad seat in the house. Even if, if people can see the balcony, I doubt they can in the shot. There's about 10 rows it goes back, but wherever you are, you feel as if you're touching the boxers.
Brilliant.
Really intimate arena. I love it here.
So tell me, Steve, come on, you're the man. Your knowledge of the game tonight. What do you reckon on the fight card tonight? You've got some interesting fights going on.
Interesting fight. Look forward on the undercard to seeing Boris Crichton, real dangerous Scottish banger via Cameroon, and the main event really well matched. Scott Allan from Scotland, or for East Kilbride area of Scotland, coming down to challenge Marcel Braithwaite, WBC Silver Super Flyweight title, all to play for. Two really well matched fellas. Scott's had a couple years out the ring. He's had one comeback win. Again, it was Wacker Muhammad. He just wants titles. He's after the British title after this. He's done well for himself outside the ring, so he's certainly not coming in for the money. Marcel, he's 27, 28 now. It's time for him to finally fulfill that potential he's seen. We've seen him, in losing fights look good, particularly the Sonny Edwards fight. Now's the time for him to show he belongs at that level. Whether he gets to that via British after this or straight into world level. This will help his world ranking tonight. Blackflash Promotions and everything for him. They got home advantage for him. He's down the road, everything's in his favour tonight to win. But it's no foregone conclusion that the outcome. Scott Allan comes and has a fight. We've seen that enough. He's mixing the highest company. Lee McGregor, Cash Farouki's fought twice. Really good company, good fighter.
That's brilliant. So like we said, there you go for it. Steve, my mate, the oracle, knows everything about the game. If you need to ask him questions, bang it on. We'll be for you. Join us for the first fight in literally 5 or 10 minutes, if that. Blackflash Promotions coming straight for you. Thank you.
open. I want to be respected for giving fighters a chance and the opportunity to come through it.
Yeah.
And it's the next generation.
Yeah.
And this is why I want people to tune into the Fast Boxing channel to see the next generation. What I'm giving is good prospects. If you like what you've seen before, what people want to see from TV, it's going to be exciting. You can punch, you can box, you can think. It's going to be all them things. I'm in this to let the eye see what's coming through. It's just about these kids' career and people choosing and tapping in and liking them and following them. I'm putting a belt on every one of them kids in that gym.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Grand Central Hall in Liverpool. We have a very match of championship boxing live in the evening, and it's all brought to you courtesy of Braithwaite and Promotions. This evening show is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your student in charge ringside is Mr. Les Box. Your referees this evening are Mark Wilson from Liverpool, Jamie Kirkpatrick from Preston, and John Latham from Bury. Your timekeepers are Phil Morris from Will and Andrew East from Wellington. We start the action with a 4-round contest in the super lightweight division. So please welcome your first boxer, making his way to the ring from Russia, Rustin Fatbulev. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, making his first professional ring walk from Liverpool, John. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Western Hall here in Liverpool. A warm welcome to viewers joining us on Braithwaite's Boxing Channel. This part is called Wheeling Around to the Super Lightweight Division, brought to you courtesy of Flyweight and Braithwaite's Promotions. The referee for this contest is Mr. Mark Wilson and your timekeeper Andrew East. Introducing first, boxing out of your blue corner, US black shorts with a silver trim. He plays a professional record of 8 victories, winning those wins coming by way of KO for his 28 professional contests. From Ufa, Russia, Rustin Fatbulev. And introducing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? 7 pounds. Tonight, he makes his professional boxing debut from Liverpool.
Well, guys, here we go. Start of the night. So, John Edwinson, first professional fight. The Russian kid looks a bit tasty, doesn't he?
Yeah, Rustin Fatbulev. I saw him fight a couple of weeks ago. I was working up in Scotland when he fought Martin Krosnan, well-schooled Russian. It's quite interesting, which we'll talk about as the fight goes on. There's a gang of them who come over here in October, and they're all living in London. The esteemed Russian fight agent Al Siesta brought them over. There's about 7 or 8 of them all living in London, and they're on this road circuit, and they're all well schooled.
Right, brilliant. So it should be interesting and a good little test for the guy in his first professional fight.
Yeah, John, a guy who I'm told, lives and breathes the sport. He's first in the gym, last out is what I'm told by his team. Turning pro late in his 30s.
Yeah, apparently he had a bit of a bowel condition, apparently. So that's something he had to change his diet, and hopefully now he's training properly, and hopefully he might be able to do something in the sport.
Yeah, let's hope so. He's a super feather tonight. I think his plan is to get to featherweight. Wasn't a bad amateur. I think he got to the under 20 bout novice finals, which is a tough competition. Okay. You usually do well in that. You can usually survive as a professional. Neither man really teeing off yet. In fact, Cullen's flicked out a couple jabs with little success. John trying to close him down.
neither boxer being quite aggressive really, and I think just sussing out, trying to look at the length, see where they're at.
Yep, feeling each other out, and a bit of a wild right hand there from Fat Coolin, misses, and Edo replies with a little right to the body, which sends the visitor back. Yeah, what it is, there's a crowd of Russians come over. They're all living in London, and they're on this circuit.
Brilliant.
I think only one of them has ever. They've won any fights. I think only one of them has been stopped. One got stopped by, I think, Jack Rafferty last week. And I think this guy's got 3 fights booked in March after this. Alfie Winter next Friday night at Tower Bridge Hotel, London. Danny Morrell, one of MTK's fighters who's highly thought of, and Conor Gray. 11 fights since he moved here in October.
Tough cookies.
So, I can't think many fighters who've had 11 fights in that short period of time. Possibly Britain's busiest boxer right now.
Might have a big gas bill.
Not a lot between them in that first round. Maybe Edwardson just edged it a little bit busier, but not a lot shown at all from either of them, really.
I suppose it's always difficult, isn't it? Your first professional fight, you know what I mean? You got to look at things, trying to weigh things up, trying obviously not knowing a great deal about his opponent, so seeing exactly what he can do and what probably he can't do, you know what I mean?
I'm not sure whether Rustin will understand what's being said to him in English. He's got Paulo da Silva on the outside of the ropes, the second, who's a Brazilian who lives in Manchester. I think that's Paul Stevenson.
That's right.
who speaks. Who has the finest Scouse accent you've ever heard. I don't think Rustin will know too much about it, but he knows his way around the boxing ring, that's for sure. He's well schooled, you can tell that.
For the want of not getting lambasted here in Liverpool, sometimes when a few of my Scouts mates have a few pints, they sound a bit Russian, you know what I mean? So
I'm saying nothing.
Him, mate.
I'm saying nothing, mate. I want to keep the job for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, we always get a great welcome here. It's brilliant.
Yeah, great venue as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some city for boxing. This Liverpool. We got one of Liverpool's esteemed reporters, Gary Shaw, near us. We'll get him on later.
Yeah, we'll get him on later.
About boxing. He's happy. He's happy today, Gary. Liverpool are flying. Everton got beat, and he's working out Everton's away fixtures for the rest of the. Instead of reporting for boxing news, you'll see Gary's reporting boxing news.
That's it.
Comes out online Tuesday, or get it in print on Thursday. Buy it in print if I was you.
See, his ideal thing would be a boxer who also plays football, wouldn't he? He'd love that one. You know what I mean?
Paddy Lacey, they've got one over here. a Scouse boxer. I just feel if Fat Cooling could do a little bit more, he can make life a lot harder for Edwardson here.
Yeah.
He's just not doing enough.
Yeah.
Almost playing that journeyman role to perfection, but it's good to see it. But it's great to see a good house here tonight.
Yeah, it's great. It is fantastic. I mean, again, the locals always turn out for the local lads that they've got on here, which is a fantastic thing for them. You know what I mean? Obviously, it builds up their confidence, especially when lads are just coming into the fight game and the first professional fight.
It looks about 3/4 full the venue, which is excellent considering there's a massive fight on Sky tonight as well.
That's right.
Funny, John took up boxing after sparring Jazza Dickens and thought he'd give it a go. I noticed Jazza's to our left here in the corner, sporting a bit of a shiner.
It's a nice little left hook there.
Yeah. In fact, Coolidge showing some nice movement. There's just not enough coming back for him.
That's it.
And when he throws it, Edwardson's slipping the punch as well.
Nice little combination there by Edmondson.
And Edmondson just doing enough to take this round again as we approach the final seconds.
Yeah.
Applause there in his corner from Jazza Dickens. They're quite pleased with what he's done, what he's doing. Boxers and amateur under Wayne Smith at the Golden Gloves Club, where he trains Marcel Braithwaite, who tops the bill tonight. Now Terry Spencer.
Yeah, as we see, the hall's filling up quite nicely now. Don't know if the viewers can see it, but yeah, it's getting quite busy. And obviously, we will be accumulating in the big fight of the night. But there's a couple of, like, say, local boxers there, so that's great that they've got that support.
Yeah, I'm looking in the crowd now. Just across from us, there's a few empty seats ringside. But if you look upstairs, it looks like there's about 20 empty seats, and a lot of people just standing at the back. There's a bar up to our high right there. We'll be sending you up there in a minute to get the lagers in.
We'll send guards for that.
But no, I love this. Second time I've been here and I loved it.
Yeah, it's a great place. So we go, round 3.
I think John Edwards was due to make his debut on one of Steve Wood's shows last year.
Right.
Heightened, but I think the fight fell through late, so better late than never here tonight on Black Flash Promotions show.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good thing again, isn't it, about Black Flash Promotions? They will give the new kids on the block a nice little tryout, a nice little vehicle for them to get on the pro scene and get people aware of them. Which is a great thing.
This is a great vehicle for him tonight. Home city, a little bit of exposure on this stream we've got going tonight. It's good for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
As I say, when I saw Louis was a novice finalist in the under-20 bout development championships, you knew he could really hard. Them under-20 fights and under-10 fights, really hard competitions to win. Guys that get to the finals can make their way.
Third round here. I still think both boxers really could up the ante if they wanted to, but
I'd like to see if cooling up the ante. Would John find another gear? I'm sure he would actually.
Yeah.
He doesn't look out. He looks out of first gear himself. Changing punch at the close range then.
Yeah. I think Rustin's just getting warmed up now, actually.
Yeah,
that's a nice little right for him there.
He's taken the fight to him a bit and he's landed a couple of those right hands. It's hard to believe he won it. He did win his first 8 fights, but he's not won a fight since July 2017 when he was back in Russia. Lost to Dennis Lashin. Got on a long losing run since then. Warming up in this venue now. It's freezing when we got here a couple of hours ago.
Wasn't it? Yeah. Well, like you say, it's obviously Victorian. The people can't see that, so the roof is fantastic.
you could maybe have make a case for giving Fat Cooley in the third round.
Yeah.
Better work, particularly in the last minute.
Well,
the most impressive work of the fight came from him in that last minute so far.
I'd agree. Cheeky little uppercut there from Fat Cooley. Edmondson managed to dodge.
Been an easy fight really for Mark Lyson, very experienced referee to handle.
Yeah.
Doesn't get involved at all. The work's been clean. So I don't think he's winning the fight, but you can see Fat Cooley's hands are, you know, when he they are quite quick when he does throw. Fat Cooley getting him through comfortably, and already must be thinking of his fight next week in London against Alfie Winter. Some way to make a living, isn't it? On the road every week.
Unbelievable. You got to hand it to them, you know what I mean? And, you know, you've been in the game a long time.
Tough,
you see, I watch some of them and you just think, how have they never made it? Do you know what I mean? Some of them, you can see the skill factor in them and just think, how have they never gone on? You know, to do
They're happy to go on the road. They don't want the pressure of selling tickets.
That's it. I think these last two
Cooley just not busy, and he's only throwing single shots. I tell you, if he threw a bit more, he could make this a lot more interesting. And he's got it in him as well. It's almost as if he's coasting through. Almost feels he's willing to lose. Nice fight to start the evening up. Crowd have got into it. It's warmed up the line of applause. Good 4-rounder that. Good couple. The last couple of rounds are excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both men all smiles.
Yeah, like you said, is it a good fight to open the bill? The last two rounds, like I said, more exciting than the first two. I think we're both, well, obviously in Edmondson's first pro fight, a bit cagey, wants to work him out, but
round 3 maybe for 1-0.
So here I am, joined by the victorious John Edmondson. How do you feel, lad? First pro fight?
Yeah, I feel great. I feel like I'm relaxed to go again now.
Yeah, the first two rounds were a bit slow, but the second, the third and the fourth one seemed to get into you, forced you a little bit.
I always start a bit slow me as I feel longer rounds.
Brilliant, no, you did very well. Obviously the crowd has to support you. So brilliant, son. 1-0. Carry on.
Yeah, lovely.
Alright, Jake. Thanks, mate. Cheers, pal. There we go, John Edmondson.
3 fights, 1 win, 2 losses. Ricky Starkey, this is his 26th fight. He's only won 2, lost 21, drawn 2. Fought in really good company, which we'll come to in a minute.
He brings strong victory for his 3 contests lead. From Liverpool,
Yeah, I remember old Michael Walton on his debut. It was here actually when he beat Ricky Leach on points.
I think I was here in September, wasn't I, with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ricky Starkey fine at lightweight tonight. He's really a super bantam come feather. But this will be fun. Looking forward to this fight. Yeah, Ricky's fought really good men. Nathaniel Collins, he lost on disqualification to. I'm telling you, he's 9-0. He's the man to watch in the featherweight division. He's also fought Louis Ling, Gamal Yafai, Sean McGoldrick and Chris Bork, who fights for the British super bantamweight title in a couple of weeks. I think Michael, after he had his win here against Ricky Leach, he travelled to London, lost to Ryan Lookman on points, and then he lost on a Black Fresh show in Manchester against Adam Rasool in December. Right. Michael looks the bigger man, doesn't he? He looks a division bigger than him.
I think what I recall from watching Michael Leach on his debut, he did seem to be quite chilled, quite laid back, but he did work off the jab quite a lot.
Funny this for Ricky Starkey, he's here at this wonderful but small venue tonight. Last weekend he was fighting in front of 20,000 in the Manchester Arena. He lost to Abdul Khan, who I think is Amir's nephew or cousin on that bill on points. And what's funny, Michael and Ricky, although they know each other, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, but on the 11th of March, they're both boxing on the same show in the away corner in London. So they'll be sharing a dressing room at York on a BT Sports show.
Mad, isn't it?
Ricky's due to fight Jamie Chamberlain, and Michael's due to fight William Hayden. A few years ago, Ricky used to get in the ring with his army berry on and come out to the army music. Yeah, but he hasn't done that. He was in one of these similar fights just before Christmas, a supposed 50-50, and he come off second best.
Okay.
And losing on points on the infamous Jolly Boy show that Steve Wood puts on every year.
Another great lad of the boxing world, Steve
Good
Wood.
man, Steve Wood. These people like Steve Wood and Pat Barrett do so much for over in Liverpool and around the Northwest. You wonder why they do it sometimes, really.
It's true. Steve was also worked with Steve a lot. He's very supportive of, remember Jimmy Kelly Jr.?
Yeah, Jimmy had some win last night. Jimmy Kelly had in America. He won.
Right.
Majority decision, but in a minor upset. He won a WBO International Intercontinental belt.
Right.
A great win for him. So night he'll never forget winning in the away corner in the US.
There you go. Very interesting. Yeah, so interesting there, the first round. Obviously both boxers know each other.
feeling narrow. Maybe Walton got the better of it. Look, you know, sizes in. He looks a bit bigger, doesn't he? I mean, in Ricky fighting at lightweight, he's out of his weight division, but he's enjoying it. Ricky's busy. He's on the road.
But they love it, don't they? They love it, don't they?
I mean, you know, it's so you know, relaxed about these fights.
Yeah.
These guys. You know, Ricky coming in just after I arrived, all by himself. Oh, where's the away dressing room? You know, no nerves, no anything. Just looking forward to getting in the ring. And to our right of us over is instead of relaxing the dressing room, Marcel Braithwaite is just to our right over there.
I can see Marcel.
You know, no nerves there either. He's more interested in the boxing than getting the dressing room and wrapped up before. You know, one of the defining fights of his career that comes later on, top of the bill, our 6th and final fight.
Oh, but the clash of heads there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a bit of a bump there on Ricky's right arm from that clash of heads.
Yeah, he's pouring at it, but I don't think there's any blood there at all.
No,
and he's on our blind side at the moment.
Yeah, I just think he felt it, didn't he?
Referee not too happy with Ricky. Yeah, he's holding on the ropes there.
Yeah, it's a bit scrappy.
Still afraid.
Yeah,
Just a little slight swelling just on his right eyebrow, but nothing too serious.
No. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, he's have a word with Ricky again there.
Yeah.
Behind the back of the head there, and he was holding. Second time inside a minute, Jamie Kirkpatrick's had a word, and you wonder if he'll warn him again, whether he will take off a point. He's clearly not impressed by him.
Yeah, Mike Walton's not really had time to shoot off with his jab. No. He's usually, obviously, like you say,
he's rangy and tall.
Yeah.
And Ricky's just getting in and holding. It's almost as if, you know, Ricky's the one who's trying to survive.
Yeah.
When you saw Michael, he used his jab a lot more, did he, the first time you saw him?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
He led a lot behind the jab, you know, and he seemed quite impressive. He was getting it off well, you know, hitting his target, but like you say, with Ricky's
holding, making it hard for him to tee off, yeah.
A little bit of a rush, very, very scrappy, isn't it? And
yeah, really scrappy. Yeah,
not giving the kid time.
John Smith there in Ricky Starkey's corner he was one of the 20 years ago a top journeyman, stealing in many corners. John Smith. Yeah.
Seen quite a lot when I'm going round the circuit. You see him about, you know, obviously never realised or know really what he was about. Nice enough fella.
Here's the man to tell us all about Liverpool boxing. Gary Shaw is working for Boxing News tonight, but Gary's had a couple of wonderful books on Liverpool boxing published, and he'll know all about John Smith, who I'm talking about in the corner, won't you?
Yeah, John, good lad John. He's a Liverpool legend, isn't he? In Ricky Starkey's corner. I think he had 97, didn't he? 98 fights.
If you say he had 97 or 98, that's what he had.
He did.
I don't even have to check those facts out.
He wanted to have 100 to get to that 3-figure club, but his wife had said, it's time to pack in. So
really,
so he knew the boss was, so he packed in. Yeah, and obviously he's a great trainer now. He's up in Old Canny Farm, Stockbridge Village.
But that's a good. Sorry guys, that's a great talking point, isn't it? He didn't get to the 100. You know what I mean? It's like the 97. That's
could have done, yeah. And probably he's one of them. If he'd have got to 100, he'd probably still be fighting now. He'd have 400 or something. But very loyal to us, to the lads who've boxed amateur for him as well, and Ricky has.
Pretty scrappy this, and
very scrappy. Yeah. Not
Ricky Ricky holding, and Michael not getting his jab off.
Yeah, Ricky's done something which not many Liverpool fighters do really. He's not for a long time anyway. He's gone on tour, he's gone around the circuit, he's been the away fighter. He's got a lot of losses, and he maybe could have won a few more if he'd have been at home, the home fighter. But I don't think he was a big ticket seller, and now he doesn't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah. But he's 36 now. He's coming in now. It's almost like they know their role, don't they? These journeymen.
Exactly. Yeah.
He used to come in the ring in all his army gear, didn't he? His beret.
Yeah, he was in the Kings, wasn't he? And I think there's still sufficient numbers in the city who've come out and watch him. Just unfortunate that as a pro, he hasn't fought here that many times. It's mad, isn't it? He's the away fighter, but he's fighting in his own city, and it's not the first time he's had to do that either. Dropped me off in town when it was teaming down a few months back in his car anyway, so I won't have a bad way to say that.
You had a few in town that night as well after a Liverpool game.
I'd had a couple, yeah. I only have a couple when we won, so obviously I've had a couple.
Only seems when he's winning. You know what
I tell you what, I've known Gary a few years. He's Liverpool, thick, thin. They could be in the National League. He'd be there every week.
I'd be there.
There's no.
I mean, we're good off. I know we're not the right platform to talk about the football really, but I had him proper before. I didn't wind him up, but and he went right in, didn't he?
I texted Jordan, he's coming down to see you. He said,
I threw the old worm out there and he bit Gary brilliantly, you know what I mean? So that's 1-0 to us, Max. Okay. Hey, it's the only thing we're winning at the moment, so come on, give it a break.
I will, you just need it.
No, Gary's not fair weather, he's not a day tripper, if you know him.
Yeah, I just want local lads to do well, and I'm always a bit sort of don't really want to know what to do when you see two local lads fighting. I appreciate Ricky's the away fighter here, and Mike's just starting out, and he'll probably get the nod here. But when it's a title, I'm just lucky enough to have seen title fights featuring local fighters.
What's it like for you? You're one of the main regional journalists over here. What's it like for you? Because you obviously, whereas national journalists are floating around the country, not building the relationships maybe like you with these fighters. What's it like for you when you're covering a guy you've been really close to ringside for you, and you've been around them since they was amateurs, as you are so many of them over here, Gary? Just one out of interest, because when they're national reporters, they can easily divorce themselves from the fighters a lot more, I think, than regional.
Yeah, I think sometimes you have got to, especially when the eliminators and the title fights come out, you have got to sort of try and detach yourself a bit and not be biased and think, well, I've always got a rule that if the round's really close, I'll go against the local fighter really, because I think to myself, well, that's maybe what the judges are looking for. But it's a privilege, it really is. I've been in the dressing rooms with lads when they're on their own after they've won, after they've had defeat. When Jazza lost to Kid Galahad up in Rotherham, I interviewed.
That was the first British title fight.
And he was really, really upset. And I'd known him; he was still a kid then.
9th or 10th round, was it?
Yeah, he was still a kid. He was ahead on the judges' cards, wasn't he? Then, and I've seen Mike Stafford pop his shoulder out up against Dickinson up in Durham and all like that, and had some really good nights.
John Lewis Dickinson, wasn't it? Yeah.
And met the families as well and the kids, and coming up and met Martin Murray and all of his kids, Gemma, and before he'd had them all, and it really is a privilege to be there and backstage talking to them, chatting to them, and obviously gutted when they lose and made up when they win, but seeing some really good things which only I know have happened. When Crolla came to see John Watson after he beat John Watson, and Crolla came past me and went, "Am I okay to go in?" And I went, "Yeah," and he went in on his own and asked him if he was okay because he had the medics came in the ring, all
that
these
was down the road at Liverpool
Olympia, when I had no hot water.
I've never had hot water.
Never had hot water in years.
Crowd are getting behind this fight. It seems like Michael sold a few tickets tonight. He goes back on the road.
Like I say, it's probably difficult. They both know each other, don't they? They're not really opening up as much, and neither one being able to get off. Really, it's quite sloppy. You might have one or two flurries, and then it goes back to this as we're seeing now. So.
What you can see with Michael when he does go on the road, he'll be a decent road man as well.
Yeah.
You don't get a lot of these journeymen over Liverpool. They all seem to turn pro with ambition, don't they?
That's what I was saying before. It's been a long time. There's a few in the 70s who went round, but then once the 80s came, and it tended to not happen as much. And once they'd lost 2, 3, 4, they sort of packed it in a bit then. And Ricky is like sort of a bit of a throwback to that. When he's earning good tank, as we say here. He's earning good money going round, and he's enjoying it, he's keeping himself fit, but probably hasn't got how long has he got left to be able to do this. But it was a decision. He said in the car chatting to me, he said I knew I wasn't maybe good enough to win things, but I thought, well, I need to earn some money. So I'd seen what away fighters were like. I wasn't getting hurt.
It's tough enough to go on the road.
Exactly, yeah. But I think he's given he's saying to Michael here, this is what you're going to expect off these like our season pros, all the little tricks.
There we go, the two lads acknowledge each other.
We're going to the final round now coming up. All smiles in the corner from John Smith. Is it another?
That's it, yeah.
Is there another book coming out, Gary?
There is. I'm working on it. With I saw yesterday at the weigh-in. I saw young Sugar Jibaroo took Pat to a draw. Remember? And he said that was one of his
featherweight, super featherweight.
Well, he fought heavyweight, didn't he? I think coming up down. This was a great story, and he was asking. And a good mate of his, Gary Lucas, is in the book, and it's one of the best things I've written, I've got to say. Gary had 20 fights before he was 21, and it didn't end well for him, and that's a really good story for local fight fans to get into. But a few more on the way, Carl Dilks is in it.
Oh, Carl Dilks, he's doing a bit of MMA training now, isn't he?
Stephen Burke, a few others, Berkey's brother.
We are waiting for referee Jamie Kirkpatrick's scorecard. Over to the MC.
Michael's got the throw on that one. Interesting. To be honest with you, it could have gone either way, couldn't it?
I thought he did the work. You could see the referee wasn't impressed with Ricky's holding in the first couple of rounds. When they get 2 warnings in a round, you know that they're not winning that session.
Maybe he's thought, I'm not going to give a point off in front of all the family here and everything, but he had a share of a round. He had hard luck there, but I think Michael did win.
I'd have called it a draw, personally.
No, I've got no problem with the result there. No.
Could probably win a couple more, and he wouldn't be in one as.
I don't think that Ricky's going to lose any sleep tonight over that.
doing, man? You okay?
Yeah,
good to see you again. Back in it, how do you feel about that? One's a bit tough, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just glad I got the win. He made it as hard as he could make it. Like every time I let my hands go, he got inside, he tied me up. It was a bit new for me. Most lads have boxed being like quite neat and tidy at a not a slow pace but a certain pace, and so it was more like the shots around the back of the head, the pulling.
Me and Steve have said the same thing. Usually when we see you, you lead off quite well with your jab, and that's your thing, but like you said, he got inside, he's got a bit scrappy, didn't it? But you got away with the win, and that's the main thing.
That's it, yeah.
Okay, lad, all the best for the future,
Thank
man.
you.
See you later, man. Ta-ra, bye-bye.
In his 71st fight tonight, 16:51.3. One of the nicest guys you can meet, Harry. I was working up in Scotland last weekend and had a really nice man as well. Looks after himself, lives the life, a loving life on the road in his comeback. Turned pro 2019 with a points win. He had more than 2 years out, like a lot of boxers did, because of COVID and one reason or another, and returned in July, beating Ryan Hibbert on points. He's 34 now, but only had 8 amateur fights. Always believed the pro style suited him, and another of Terry Spencer's boys. I think they called him a woolly back over this way. Anyway, we've got a guest with us now, Amin Jahanzeb. How are you, Amin?
I'm good, thank you.
Thanks for joining us. You've had one fight since the Louis Lim fight, haven't you?
Yeah, it was just a stay busy fight.
Yeah,
Now I'm back. I'm going to have 4 fights this year under Pat Barrett and hopefully get a title.
Yeah, well, you deserve it. I mean, there was a lot of controversy over the Louis Lim fight, and I remember watching it on TV, empty TV studio it was in, and I know you felt quite hard done by it, didn't you?
Yeah, 100%. Well, it just happens, you know. I go back to the drawing board and come back even better, knowing that even though I felt I won the fight and everyone else did, so just need to do what I've got to do now and get back up there.
Yeah, we were watching in Manchester. We thought it was very, very close, and obviously not for want of a better word, but you were robbed. So a lot of the lads in Manchester thought that. But like you said, it's about that, a bit of trials and tribulations, getting back into the gym, looking at the drawing board, and making that right.
Yeah, I just feel that I belong on that level now. So to get to that stage in under 10 fights, now it's giving me even more confidence. So when I go to further better fights, I'll be even better.
There's some good fight. You know what? It's about under 10 fights. There's some good guys around the featherweight division under 10 fights. What I'd like to ask you about your opinion of him, the Commonwealth featherweight champion, Nathaniel Collins. Have you seen him at all?
I've actually sparred with him.
What do you think? I saw him. I was really impressed with him.
Yeah. Well, I sparred 10 rounds with him.
Yeah.
And I sparred him with my southpaw stance, which is not my usual stance, and he was decent. I'd love that fight in the future, to be honest.
It's a fight I'd love to see. But it's great that there's fighters like you and him. You're on 10 fights, he's on 9 fights. The division's lighting up with fighters like that, and of course, the the Louis Lim fight, you're not going to rest till you get that back again.
Yeah, well, I wanted the rematch, but they don't want to come anywhere near it, so
now you're being trained by Pat. How did you end up with Pat?
I'm actually being trained by Haroon Headley.
Oh,
I'm just getting, I'm having 4 fights under Pat.
Oh, right, okay.
Under his promotion, yeah.
I spoke to Pat a few weeks ago, and he said you was with him. I assumed you were.
Yeah, just promotion, that's it. Yeah. Just to fight on his shows.
I apologise there.
No, it's all good.
Pat explained it to me, and I've taken the. As always, Pat explained it one way, and I've taken the wrong way.
That's fine,
Don't take it the wrong way with Pat, Steve. You know what happened. So here we go, round 1. Josh Beeden, Harry Matthews. You know much about these guys?
I know loads about Harry. I had a weekend with him in Scotland last weekend. He boxed up in Turnberry against Jordan Spence, who's got a fight tonight on the bill in Glasgow, the big bill.
Okay.
Really, he won. We was talking about earlier. He's one of these road guys. He won a lot of his early fights. Decided he didn't want to sell tickets anymore, and just went on the road. About 5.5 years ago, he went the distance with Chris Eubank Jr. I remember him fighting Cody Davis, and he retired and then come back a couple of months ago.
Oh, really?
How do you find it? When you fight these journeymen?
Sometimes it's a bit frustrating because some of these guys are last-minute replacements, and then you just got to. Plus, you're selling tickets, and that's the harder part of boxing at the start, which people don't really know about. But if you can get through these early stages and do these tickets and fight these guys, then you're destined for more.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you can't do it at this level, then you might not do it at a bigger level.
That's the thing,
it's harder now.
It is a tester, isn't it? It's a tester.
Yeah.
Like you say, you get yourself covered, with a couple of good lads around you, a good team. They obviously can help do the tickets while you can concentrate and do what you do in the ring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It takes a bit of pressure off. But yeah, I understand it is very difficult. I've worked with a few lads, and it's so hard for them sometimes. Even going back with Zelfa, when Zelfa first started, Zelfa Barrett, this stuff with Zelfa, and it's difficult for you guys to
I think once you find your pattern and once you've established yourself a bit, you have to go through the rocky start, and then once you find how to sell tickets, how to do certain things, and your name's out there more, it's a lot easier.
It's a bit easier, yeah.
Because now I do over 100 tickets very easily.
That's good.
And at the start I did some, and mid-career it was a bit rocky, Now I found my flow, and I got certain people doing certain tickets.
I like that. I'm happy. Find your flow. Go on.
Your dad does a lot for your career, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just don't forget me and Steve when you world champion. We want tickets.
So when is your next fight?
My next fight is March 26th.
Oh, so you're in Manchester.
Victoria
Warehouse. Yeah. We'll be covering that. You're probably there.
I'm on holiday, mate. I'm on holiday. My wife's 50th, so I've got to go.
Way off real.
I'm on let off then. When you fight these journeymen, I always love talking to guys like you or championship. Some of them, sometimes you talk about frustration. Do you feel sometimes you got out of the ring and thought, well, I've learned from that, and other times you feel, well, that was a waste of 4 rounds?
It's a bit of both, really. It's a bit of both. Just how you take it yourself, so sometimes you can take things from it, but it's more about your mentality, if you can adapt to it or not. Some people get broken by the last-minute replacements, the journeyman not coming out.
You've got a lot of them, haven't you?
Yeah, so if you can stay strong in this part, then when you go further, you'll be even stronger for that, so it's all good.
So what is the plan? A couple of fights, 6-8 rounders, and then maybe get a title fight third?
I'm actually fighting a guy who's 18-2 for my next fight, and he's got 17 KOs. He's from Ghana, but we don't know if he's got anyone good or anyone bad. But either way, it's dangerous if we've got that many KOs.
You're talking journeyman there, and you must be getting the ring knowing you're going 4 rounds. Here, you've got to be switched on. 100%. If you don't know.
Because I proved myself last time out when I fought somebody proper. Now I know I belong to this level, and so does everyone else. So I just want to fight better people because it brings the best out in you.
I'll tell you what, I bet it's hard finding footage of some Ghanaian with 17 KOs.
The last footage I seen was 2018.
And I bet he knocked someone out as a 10-second clip.
Yeah, he did,
It's watching this in between the breathing game. On top of a few good shots.
Yeah, he's letting his hands go here against Harry here.
Harry's marked up a few on the right hand side there.
Tell you what, Harry had it a lot easier last week against Jordan Spence when he went through the 4 rounds. It was one of those where if he'd found 10% more last week, he might have got a decision.
They both look really tough and strong here though.
Yeah.
That's some Breeden's.
They're not shy, are they?
Obviously, if you look into the balcony, he's obviously brought a few people with him there. They're very vocal.
Away from boxing, Harry's an actor. He's scripted his own movie about his life.
Okay.
I think Craig Fairbrass might be playing him in it.
Oh,
Trying to get the playing in the movies. Also, he works the doors in Leeds. I certainly want to be sorted out by him.
That's how you know he's really
got
tough.
a busy life then, isn't it? He's got to be that one in Leeds.
The doors in Leeds. So is it, do you commute from West Yorkshire every day?
3 or 4 times a week. You can go to Manchester, yeah.
And then what do you do at home? Just train by yourself?
Full-time training.
With your dad or something?
No, I've got my strength coach and nutritionist Pat Warner, who I train with in Bradford as well. Yeah.
Brilliant. I mean, it's not so bad sometimes. The M62 can get straight through 35-40 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So when there's a collision, it's like, here we go, hour and a half on the tops.
Because that Manchester motorway, once you're stuck, you're stuck.
You know you're coming, mate. You know you're coming. Well, yeah, this is the liveliest fight of the evening so far. I see 2 tough lads going at it.
He's got a good support base as well. You
Yeah.
can see him from here. Everyone stood on the feet shouting.
You'll have a barmy army of 100 then for your Victoria warehouse.
Easily, yeah.
Oh.
It's just getting better, to be honest. Because once you fight locally, I think it's a good sign that I'm fighting in Manchester, because it's only 35-40 minutes from Bradford.
Do you have to put yourself about a lot in Bradford, going to see people, maybe restaurants or?
I know a lot of people anyway, so I'm blessed that way, and a lot of people know me through boxing. Just closer, just a few weeks out from a fight, then I get around seeing people, and then when it comes closer, then I kind of stay focused on things. But I've got a good team who gets around and sorts everything out.
Didn't check that well actually. Going back to it.
And again, and the 2 good left hands Harry landed there.
He's got a very good crowd, to be honest. I can just about hear myself over this. Very cagey in here though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very
cagey,
very
like
experienced.
Everyone's looking over. It's like York Hall, similar. Not as loud, obviously, but.
What me and Steve were saying before, it's a bit like you're kind of
York with a balcony.
Same thing. Look at the roof. You know what I mean? It's just proper Victorian. You know what I mean? Going way back.
When the first guy fought, the Russian kid, when he fought, everyone booed him and it seemed very hostile.
You boxed at York Hall, haven't you?
Yeah, I boxed in the COVID times when there were no fans.
Yeah, Jamie Quinn, wasn't it? Looking now,
Yeah, last minute replacement again.
Oh, he knows how to survive. You weren't budging him, I'll tell you that.
I know, he's tough, man, very tough.
And how do you, obviously for people, obviously the audience, people watching me, how do you find that then fighting, you know, in COVID, where obviously just you and the boxer and your cornerman, nothing, you know, something like when you're on top of the boxer, the crowd that you hear now will obviously hear that subconsciously, will lift you to probably go forward, but having no one there.
It's just one of them things that you just have to do it. I could hear people in the back talking when I was fighting, so I'd love a crowd like this at that time.
Yeah.
Sure, your Ghanaian opponent be a lot more positive than Taka Bembe was in your last fight. Just wanted to cuddle you, didn't he?
I've actually fought Taka before.
Yeah.
So I got told on the weigh-in day in the morning
it was him again.
Fighting him, and I thought, oh my god.
And you knew what he was going to do, hold and.
But I wasn't allowed to stop him, so I just went on.
Yeah, like a lot of it. Yeah.
I got told the only fight if you don't stop him. Then
as it is with.
But I sold 100 tickets as well, so I couldn't say, oh, I can't fight now and cancel it. But thankfully I got a good support base from Bradford, Leeds, London and Manchester. So
you got a few from around Haroon's gym who?
Yeah.
How is Haroon? Okay.
He's very good, He's I think he's at the Catterall and Taylor fight tonight.
Of course, yeah. Did a lot of work with Jack in his early days, didn't he?
Yeah, he did a lot of work with him.
And you're at Joe Pennington's gym still, are you?
Yeah, Northside, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good gym.
Some tough guy. Jamie Quinn's in there, isn't he?
I actually sparred him once, and a few months later I fought him.
Some great amateurs come out of that gym as well.
100% of loads.
It's getting a bit rough in here at the moment, lads. Both lads proper going at it, like you said before. Nice, strong kids.
Upper body of Harry Matthews is
You can tell he keeps himself in shape.
He's a pinch out. I was speaking to him last week. He said he loves the fitness side of it.
Is he a journeyman?
Yeah. He won his first 9 fights, then decided to go on the road.
Breathing, forcing back a little bit here, doing more breathing, putting some shots together.
Getting a bit scrappy now, but he's putting the pressure on. Breeding's finding his flow now. Yeah. He's getting comfortable in there.
It's a good round for Breeding.
Yeah, it's his best round. Final round here, Josh really stamped his authority on the fight. 3rd round.
He looks like he could do 8 tonight, to be honest. Yep. You can just see it in him, he's getting comfortable now, and then it's just the last round. Easily do 8, I think. Landing some good body shots now.
Yeah. Turned pro very late, Josh. He's 34 now and it's only his 3rd fight.
Actually, that reminded me of Jimmy Fist, who won a Central Area title yesterday.
You know what?
40 years old.
So pleased with Jimmy, and what I'll say about Jimmy, he's one of the nicest guys
100%.
you can meet.
100%.
Absolute genuine. And that was your world title is winning a world title.
Yep.
Jimmy's world title was what happened at Leeds Ellen Road last night, and congratulations to Jimmy the Fist. Jimmy
100%. 1-punch knockout was beautiful.
Yeah, I saw it. I watched
Beautiful.
it. Did you go last night?
I didn't make it yesterday.
I watched it on YouTube. I did an article on Jimmy for the BBC's website last week, and delighted for him.
Yeah, I wish I were there.
That was his world title last night. Anything now is a bonus for him.
100%. I think he's the oldest undefeated guy in
Britain. Yeah,
in Britain, I think.
The oldest prospect in Britain, I called him. But no, congratulations to Jimmy. And as you say, one of the nicest guys you can meet.
1,000,000%. Breeding's pushing it now.
Yeah, I think these last 2 round beatings, like you say,
Harry was
a bit more loose and
Harry was competitive for a couple of rounds. Breeding's in his stride now.
He's actually switched southpaw as well.
yeah, forcing him back.
That's the best way you can learn, switching stance in fights like these.
Yeah,
You got to be comfortable under the lights doing it.
absolutely. Yeah.
And fair play for him for trying it, because not many people want to take that risk in the fight.
That was a good left hook there by Allan. That's how Matthew.
Body there.
He's definitely got the crowd warmed up anyway. So, I mean, which obviously you need going into the big fight of the night, which is great.
If think he wants to stop it now as well because he's really piling on the pressure.
Harry, I think Harry's been stopped 7 times in 70 fights. Yeah. Jimmy Kelly stopped him just before Christmas.
I think he had a good win last night, I think.
Yeah, in America, an upset win Jimmy had,
Last 10 seconds. Tough performance.
Good performance there from Josh Petty, particularly the last couple of rounds. Harry Matthews yet again more than playing his part. When you do top 10 roadmen in British boxing, Harry Matthews is one of those guys who's up there.
Really? He looks the part, one of that says he's good, didn't it? You know what I mean? Probably one of the fittest doormen you could probably put him there, with no respect to the doorman, but do you know what I mean? Lads like that, they have to relax themselves, gives them a bit of a chance.
I wouldn't like to get thrown at him. Good respect between the two.
Yeah, that's what I love to see, don't you? Know what I mean? Listen, at the end of the day, you know, for me, there's no other toughest sport. This UFC, you know, you're getting, you know what I mean, Spartans, you're warriors, and at the end of the day, shake hand, it's business.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And that's what it's about.
It's tough enough as it is, so that bit of respect goes a long way.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can't hide it now, can you? We have the win for Breeden.
Won every round comfortably.
As you can probably hear, we're quite happy with that one.
Got some right good fans here, I think.
Two more fights to go, I think it is, before our main event. I think next up we've got Boris Crichton against Vasif Mamidev, and then Leon Willings against Valton Nees before the main event, WBC International Super Flyweight Silver Championship, Marcel Braithwaite from Liverpool against Scott Allan. Over 10 rounds.
What do you think about Marcel? You know what's about him?
I've seen bits of him, I think he boxed on the last show I boxed on. I think he boxed Brett Fido, I think.
He did.
Which he had a loss to once, and he's got it back.
That was avenging one of his defeats.
But Brett Fido is very, very tough.
When he's in the mood.
Tough guy.
I fought him, but he's very tough.
Tough guy.
And he can make anybody look bad, no matter how good you are.
Out of interest, how many fights did you have when you fought Brett?
I think it was my 7th fight.
That's about right for him.
7th fight,
I've seen him fight debutants in the last year, and he's played with them and won.
Yeah, if he wants to do it on that day, depending on how he feels, he can do it easily.
And to fight him on your debut is madness.
Very tough.
To persuade him to stay for one more fight. We've kicked Gary Shaw out, who's writing for Boxing News, so I'll write for a bit. Vasif Mamidev, one of these Russians, there's a batch of Russians who I mentioned earlier who come over in October and are all living in London. Our now Siesta brought them over, and they're all on the road. Very rarely get stopped. All well scored.
These Russian guys are very tough. Very tough. I've seen Boris box before.
I've seen it. He's dangerous. You know what he reminds me of? If Boris watches this, I don't mean this disrespectful at all. He reminds me of almost a poor man's Jamie Cox. That he's really, really dangerous, and you have to wait till them sting goes out those punches.
He can definitely punch. I've seen him in a few fights.
He can whack. I remember I was at the Phil Martin. Both I got the note here, but I was at the. I don't know if you saw him in the Phil Martin Trophy fights against Jermaine Springer and Diego Costa.
I watched the fight. Yeah. Me and Jermaine come up in the amateurs together.
Oh yeah,
and I was rooting for Jermaine as well. So
him and Jermaine had an absolute savage 2 rounds before Jermaine stopped. In the final, he fought Diego Costa, and everyone fancied Boris to win the £10,000. Well, it was a lot of money for that fight. Yeah. And steam just went out of his shots, and Diego come back from the brink to stop him.
Well, in the first place, you've got to be a very tough man to stop Jermaine, and then to stop the man to stop Jermaine, you've got to be even more resilient.
Yeah, I saw Jermaine on Sky a few months ago. He had a count of himself. He lost, but I remember it
was very close. I watched it, very close, but he's go back to the drawing board now. I think he's had a surgery on his eye and he's come back.
getting Boris matched up this week, and I spoke to Pat Barrett on you may know as well.
Yep.
On Thursday they thought they really were struggling to get him a match, so
that's why it's very tough at this level, because if you don't know who you're fighting, it's hard to adapt. But he's already started here with a really good job.
He was born in Cameroon, moved to Aberdeen at the age of 12 when his mum married a Scotsman. I don't know if you ever see him on Instagram, Boris, do you?
I don't think I have yet, no.
Go on it. He's some of the fitness stuff he does is mad. He looks like a beast, and he is with the gym stuff he can do.
You can tell he lives the life.
Yeah.
Just taking a look here. He's already found the left hook to the body.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he's just going to go through the gears and see the 4 rounds out here, actually.
Normally when you get replacements like this, I think you have to...
Yeah,
sometimes you got to carry them in, so you just got to do what you got to do.
I think he'd been out for about 2 years. Since Diego Costa, he had about more than 2 years out, and then just returned a couple of months ago. He's certainly not letting his hands go like he did from the off when I've seen him previously.
When was his last outing?
He boxed in November on his manager Ian Wilson shows and won in 2 or 3 rounds then. But that was his first one since the Diego Costa loss.
Well, it's good that he's breaking back in. I think you can tell by himself he wants better opposition.
Yeah,
but like we all know, it's just sometimes you just got to practice certain things in these type of fights. As you can see from the get-go, he's levels above.
Yeah. It's almost like he's going through the motions of an educated spar here.
This is a lot where you learn these sort of things as well, because some people are comfortable trying it in the gym, but they're not doing it under the lights, which this is the best time now for Boris to do it.
I'm glad he's back, because he is exciting. I mean, those fights with Jermaine and Diego, were thrillers. You just couldn't take your eyes off either of them for the second. I mean, the one with Jermaine must have seen times in that fight where he thought he was that far away from winning.
That was a really good scrap. I was surprised when he stopped him because Jermaine's very tough.
This guy can whack.
100%. I've seen some of his KOs as well on YouTube. He's just practicing some head movements and blocking on the shoulders.
Very comfortable with that for him. Yeah, it's worth looking at his Instagram.
I'm definitely going to check it after this, yeah.
There's videos of him with a mate, or it might be, whether he's some sort of fitness model, I don't know, or it'd be a lady, and they're both doing like simultaneous stuff, and it's
he definitely
stuff.
Could get away with being a fitness model.
That's what I was thinking, it's mad stuff.
Got some very nice shots as well. See that goal sparkling from a mile away.
When you talk of shorts, I see more and more boxers. I mean, like, I'm an old man, but I see more and more boxers now talking about the shorts and what they're going to wear than what they would do in years gone by. It's quite an important part of boxing now, the kit, isn't it? Whether it's the, how the sport's evolved. Whereas I go back to the 80s and 90s, it was really Chris Eubank and Ben were the first people with the sparkly shorts, and whereas before that you had your colours and that was it.
In this sport, because it's boxing's a business as well, you need to be very marketable.
It is a business,
and that's why, like Boris now, his shorts. That's why I have similar shorts, because if you're the part, you need to look the part. So it stands out. It's like, why should somebody come to your shop? Your window needs to look good.
It's good. You're aware of the brand, then, aren't you? The brand you've got to carry, and
100%. It's like nobody really does you any favours early on in your career, especially if you're coming from small hall shows and you're starting off. So you got to look good, and you got to do the whole whole part.
Yeah, the social media.
Ooh, beautiful left hook.
You feel that if Boris wanted to, he could step it up here any moment he wished.
You read my mind?
Yeah.
It's the worst thing ever when you know you can stop somebody and you don't.
I'd say he was practicing his head movement in the first round, and
it teaches you a lot of patience. It teaches you a lot of patience under them lights, and so you don't get frustrated. And it is quite frustrating more than anything. But he's doing well so far.
You know what? We've mentioned two of Boris's fights, and one thing he didn't show in those fights was patience. It was just get them over with. So hopefully we'll learn from this tonight.
Everything happens for a reason. So these type of fights may be training for your patience, even though you might have not learned anything boxing wise. He's gone southpaw now.
One of the guys earlier switched southpaw as well.
Yeah, it's good to have it both stances in the tank, especially if you can pull it off well.
You're saying you switched southpaw, you sparred southpaw with Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Was that, did he want you to, or?
Yeah, because he had a southpaw opponent, so I've never sparred me being a southpaw against another southpaw. I've always sparred me southpaw against an orthodox. Yeah. But I learnt my sparring southpaw fresh when I sparred Kid Galahad for the Toka Khan fight.
Oh, you sparred with Toka Khan clearly.
Plenty of rounds.
Eliminator, yeah. Was it like sparring with him?
Very good. Kid Galahad's one of them guys who I've learnt so much off.
Lives the life brilliantly 100%. As well, doesn't he?
You can only get motivated being around those people. I know he's another featherweight, but I look up to him, and he's a good role model to proper dedicated fighters.
It was such a shame that he never got the cash in on that fight, and now he's not getting the rematch when it was in the clause. So it's a cruel sport sometimes, and that's why boxers have got to be selfish and care for themselves and nobody else, because I'm not sure, he wasn't looked out for there with that rematch. And I hope Josh Warrington wins beats Kiko for the second time. But know, and I mean, that could happen to anybody. What happened in that fight? You know, one shot.
It was actually looking like Martinez was on his way out. I was saying to my friends I was sat with, 2 more rounds he's gone, and just pulled out the bag. But ex-world champion, is Carl Frampton beat him when he was at his best.
Yeah.
So it's just one of them things.
He stopped him, and
I think he stopped him twice.
Yeah, it was 1 point. They both stopped. One was stoppage, 1 point.
You can never take anyone lightly, regardless of what. Obviously, you wouldn't have taken him lightly, but
They just got
these type of guys can pull anyone out the bag.
Incredible how Kiko's gone on. You know, the company he's kept him.
He's fighting Warrington for the rematch now.
Yeah, a few weeks end of the match.
I think how it should go is Josh should rematch Martinez. If he beats him, Josh and Kid G should have a rematch.
Will it?
It won't happen, but
won't happen. But it's unfortunate that
we can always ask.
I just hope that he gets another chance, because he's put so much into this sport and had such a long wait.
The man trains 7 days a week, literally.
And I 2 days after the controversial decision against Josh Warrington, I had to go to the Ingle gym for Box Nation and film Liam Williams. He was in there on the Monday training 2 days after that fight. You know, you just had a decision you feel's harsh gone against you, and he's back in the gym 2 days later.
That's what it's about. He'll come to the gym on a Sunday, on Christmas, on Eid, on his birthday. You name it, he'll be there. He won't even post that he's there. He's one of them guys who just does it. And that's how you know when there's real dedication, that he does it for himself and not just to show people.
Boris really holding off here, isn't he?
This does get really frustrating for a fighter, because I've been there myself. Sometimes you're not allowed to stop the other person under certain circumstances, but it looked like he just turned the screw a little bit and have him out of there.
And he's playing the game as well.
Yeah.
Not to do it.
Even the little shots are just doing it.
And the first of those 2 left hands there, he felt.
Beautiful body shots. He's feeling every shot, I think. Too easy for Boris, but he's got to play the game.
You know, he's got an outing and he's earned a few quid, and it's all about him keeping busy now.
Because activity is the main thing in a fighter's career. If you have inactivity, you can spar as much as you want, train in the gym as much as you want, but if you don't have no real activity, it shows.
Bloodied Mamedov's nose now.
It looks like he's ready to go.
Yeah. I tell you what, Mamedov might not have been able to go 6 rounds here. Do you know that?
When it comes to a certain point, though, you'd always want the man's corner to look out for him. He wasn't necessarily taking this type of beating. I don't know if his nose is bent or Boris has just bent it. Because it does look quite bad.
I've like that before, but there's a lot of blood. That looks out of shape, doesn't it?
I just noticed that right now. Boris still looks fresh.
Yeah, he's fresh. He's super fit. He's one of those guys, I hope he gets the opportunities, because he can be in exciting fights.
If you can go from a higher level and drop back down and get back to the top, you can always make it. Because some people go down to a certain level and they can't get back up.
The referee's having a word from him for there.
Probably telling him off there. That smile on his face, knowing that what he can really do.
Round 4, it must be a 6 rounder. This whether he's he didn't say final round. He didn't touch gloves. Yes, on our list is a 4. Our producers just told me it is a 6 rounder. So apologies for some misleading that. So be interesting to see Mamedov can get through these final 3 rounds.
Even the jab's doing big damage.
getting back on that good jab now, using his feints and his head movement. The main thing in these type of fights is not to switch off.
He hasn't switched off at all, has he?
He's on all the way. It's very easy to switch off though. I've seen fighters before, they do this type of thing and then they get caught with something stupid, but he's kept his concentration.
Have you ever done it in any of these fights in your early career where you've been going through the motions? And
I found it too easy and I just got hit with a shot which woke me up, and then I needed that, and then I get back to doing what I was supposed to do. It can easily happen, you know, but it's all a part of learning, and that's how you develop as a fighter.
It's good that you're fighting these 19-1 Ghanaians who nobody knows. You don't know how good they are.
It's dangerous because you don't know if you can be good or...
Yeah, exactly. When you get in there.
But anyone with 17 KOs out of 18 wins, they're dangerous no matter what, because definitely can punch. And anyone who can punch has always got a chance.
Is that an 8-rounder or 6-rounder?
It's a 6 because I got on last minute. I really wanted an 8-rounder, but just space issues. And I came last minute, so...
Better being on over 6 and sitting in the crowd boxing 0 rounds.
Yeah, 100%. The box is 6 in March, and then I don't want to look too ahead, but really I want an 8 and then a 10-round title fight after that. So that's the plan, but I'm just focusing on that for now.
Maybe another international title fight of some kind of help with a world ranking, or...
Well, I deserve it, but it's not going to get handed to me, so I have to go out and take it. That's the thing about boxing, you can be very nice, you can be the best person ever, but you'll never get anything handed, you have to go out and get it.
Just missed with that uppercut there, Boris Crichton.
Very bloody nose right now. He's in excellent shape though, but his trainer Craig is in great shape as well. He shook my hand a bit ago and nearly broke it.
He wasn't a bad fighter himself, Craig Duffy. Did he win a Commonwealth?
I'm not too sure on the details, but I knew he was a good fighter.
Yeah, he fought for titles, certainly.
He's a very good friend of Haroon Headley, my trainer. I've been up to spar with Cash Farouk in Glasgow as well, and he's treated us very good actually there.
We were talking earlier about boxing being a selfish sport. Another example, Cash Farouk, absolutely tragic happened to him. He had a fight booked for America in December. The Lee McGregor rematch was made for April.
It's just one of them sports, anything can happen. One punch can change everything, and just soaking a few scans and medicals can change everything too. But I spoke to him a bit ago, he seems in good...
I've been up in Scotland a few weeks ago, I was doing some filming, and he was in the gym there just watching the lads train, and he was in good, he's taken it really, really well.
Well, everything happens for a reason, maybe he can teach what he's learnt to the next gen.
Well, I think he's doing some work for Ian Wilson, his manager up there.
He said he's getting his badge, so hopefully he'll be in the corners and helping out with the training, which I assume he already is right now.
You'd imagine he'd be a very good trainer, because he lived a life and he was very skillful.
Yeah, very skillful. I even thought he won the Lee McGregor fight when I first watched it.
Just tragic that, a fight in America, a McGregor rematch, sort of fights that would have set him up for a long time.
But I've spoke to him a bit ago, he seemed in good spirits, and he seems that he's doing a lot with his time outside of boxing, and of course it hurts. Even it's not happened to me, and I feel for him, but he seems in a very good mood, and that he's got a lot of good things planned for the future.
As a boxer, you'll feel for him more than most, because you simply know how hard it is as a boxer, whereas people like myself who are on the other side, we're sorry for him, but we'll have no idea what he's going through, because you'll know what he's put into his career to get that far.
Yeah, because boxing's a team, it's a team sport, as in your team help you out, you got a good trainer, you got a good corner team, but when you get in there, you're by yourself, regardless of who loves you, who your friends are, so, and then only he'd know what he's really feeling. As a fighter, you'd be very lonely, even in training, even when you're dieting, when you're sparring, when you walk into that ring, you're alone. So he's only in his thoughts, and when I've talked to him now, I'm happy that he seems in good spirits.
You're training for your a good 8-round fight. Next, you're going home at night. Your mates are going out at night, for a meal or just for a coffee or something, or a cake or something.
It's a lot of sacrifice, because I'm dieting right now, and I had to eat before I got here, and I brought my food with me in the car. So
it's not ideal because all my mates were eating whatever they want.
I've got quite a few Asian mates where I live over in Manchester, in Ashton there, and they love cake as well.
Yeah, oh, I love cake. My mum makes a nice chocolate cake, but I'll have to wait now. We're just stepping it up a bit here now. Sorry, Boris, that we haven't talked loads about you. You've just done it so easy.
So easy. And now he seems to be practicing just single shots, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, Boris. I really want to see him thrive because of the exciting fights he can be in.
He's very exciting. I think he looks the part. He is the part. You know, he ticks all the boxes. He just needs the opportunity to showcase it now, and hopefully that time will come soon. Good defense as well before the end of the round.
Yeah, of course, Jermaine Springley's from Bradford, isn't he? I think he trains in Leeds, doesn't he? But
yeah, he trains with Al Oscar, who's a great trainer as well.
Boris shrugs his shoulders, not even breathing, is he?
He just looks like a walk in the park. It's tough when it's this situation because the crowd think, sometimes I've had it myself where the crowd think you're not that good, but really you can't explain it to everyone.
Right.
You know?
And of course, he's not a local fighter either, so a lot of the crowd,
some people won't know.
He hasn't sold tickets, Pat's putting on to get him and out, and I think he's a stable mate with Scott Allan, who boxes later on tonight against Marcel Braithwaite.
That should be a very good fight. I've seen I think it was a press conference, and they had a few words to say to each other.
Yeah, I didn't see the press.
I've seen a little clip where they were stood facing each other and they were talking a bit of trash, so that always makes it interesting.
I think Scott's a friend of Cash Farouk, has fought him a couple of times.
Is he from Scotland?
Yeah. Also fought Lee McGregor.
So he's had some good fights on his way up.
Yeah.
Beautiful
good
left
body
hook to
shot
the
there.
You know a shot's good when everyone speaks at once.
And you saw the sickening look on Mamadev's face.
I wouldn't like to be him right now. That's for sure.
Boris just showing him what reminding him what he can do there.
He's probably just showing 5% there, to be honest. You can just see it. And the worst thing is he won't feel happy with this because I've been there. Fighters don't feel happy after this type, even though he looks $1 million.
Especially that he's a warmonger as well.
Yeah, he likes to be in the heat. I think he found getting out of bed early harder than this fight. No disrespect.
Opening up a little bit more in the final round, isn't Boris here? So Mamadov's earned every penny he takes home with him tonight.
You couldn't pay me to take that today. Not from Boris.
Yeah, he's done well. He's done well to be getting through this fight.
These Russians, they're all tough. I don't think Boris has even been hit tonight.
No.
Probably just once I've just seen him get hit with a little pop jab. You can just see any little punch that Boris wants to step on.
Feels it.
You can get him out of there with one punch. But credit to him for keeping his cool and doing what he's supposed to do. Beautiful body shots.
Last 10 seconds now, and the easiest job Jamie Kirkpatrick will have all night is to give 60 points to Boris. and 54 to.
Can't argue with that.
Bit of a perplexed look on Boris's face there. I don't think.
I think something's too easy. You don't want
to saying earlier these type of fights.
At least he's active. Most people haven't even fought for a while, so it's good that he's active today and not sat at home.
Well, we'll get the scorecard and then we'll let you go. You've been
thank you.
Terrific spending an half hour or so.
A lot, lad, but you know what I mean. Two strong lads. Then got a bit of a cut there. Was that the cross of the heads? You're on.
Yeah, I think just a bit scrappy. Say only me third one, second one after COVID. Still learning. I just think I was very game for waking up this morning. I just thought, fuck it, I'm coming to have it today, and obviously scrappy, but it's all right. It's all right.
It happens. Listen, you put on a good show. You know what I mean? Probably one of the liveliest fights we've had on the bills tonight. You know, you both two strong fellas, and he's no pushover, Harry. So you've done very well there.
It's been in. I took a shot, and I felt all right. I felt, oh fuck it, I can take this, and then I thought, I'm coming for you. Coming for you.
I think the crowd has something to do. We had a good following, which is a fantastic support, wasn't it?
Yeah, very grateful for everyone that's come, obviously. That's it, hopefully just as the fights go on now, just go through the gates and learn more and more.
Absolutely, we look forward to see you again, John. The crowd is talking to you there. Have a great weekend, lad, and all the best to her.
Enjoy the rest of the evening now. Great insight. All the best for the fight on the 26th of March, Victoria Warehouse. Anyone wants tickets, you'll find you on social media. Get in touch. He's a guy who really cares for how he markets himself and gets it.
Thank you very much for having me. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
3-minute rounds, light heavyweight, penultimate contest of the evening before the main event between Marcel, Braithwaite and Scott Allan. Leon Willings against Yalton Naves. Yalton's first fight since 2019, almost 3 years out of the ring. Yeah, July 2019, since he lost on points to Jamie Bates. Lisbon-born Portuguese boxer based in Manchester. Got one of those, Paulo da Silva in his corner. Another former Portuguese boxer, now lives in Manchester also. Leon Willings from Widnes, 21 years of age, stands 6 foot tall, 2-0, 1 KO. Turned pro last July. Outpointed Seamus Devlin, one of those great road warriors with Curtis Gargano. About 20 fights in about 10 months, never been stopped. And then in November he celebrated his a stoppage win when he got Tim Ventrella out of the way in a round. Can he do the same against Neves, who likely to be ring rusty, having been out of action for such a long time? Neves certainly not looking for an easy way back in, taking on a ticket selling puncher, home fighter. Got Gary Shaw back with us. I must ask Gary, although Leon Willings, is he a woolly back from Widnes? Are you familiar with him?
Yes, I saw him make his debut at the Devonshire, against Devlin. I forget where he was from, Yorkshire, I think. And he brought a cracking crowd with him that night. I think the other Widnes lad has just been on, Josh Breeden. They fought on the same bill, and it was mobbed. They were queuing up for like half an hour, 40 minutes after the first fight started. So he's brought a good crew with him here.
Yeah, all to the left of us here on the balcony. I think, as you say, they must sell tickets. They bring the same crowd.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's just. I hope they do.
Just Breeden had his support from that side of the.
Exactly. Yeah, I think they're probably the loudest we've seen so far. But I hope they both do well, because some of the best boxing nights I've seen have been Widnes with some big names. Ricky Hatton
made his debut there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Robin Reed, world title fight.
Robin Reed. I think Kazagi might have fought there as well back in the day. And I can't remember the last pro show there was in Widnes, so it'd be good for them to do well and to maybe get the crowd behind them and be able to sell quite a lot of tickets in their own town, instead of. Don't mind them coming here at all, because they're good boxers, and I've got to watch what I say. I've got family in Widnes, but they are wolves.
But you still support the Widnes boxers by getting them attention and.
Definitely, it's and if they fight over here, even lads from Chester, obviously, and over the water, there's Paul Butler, Mason Cartwright's got a British title fight soon in Newcastle. Be a tough one for them, but I'm going to go up for that. I was texting them the other day, they're made up that they've got these British title fights. To me, I mean, it's all well and good for them to be doing really well at international stage, with the world titles they got and all like that, but I love following them to British titles. I've had that belt, I've held it myself, it's been in my house. Jazz had dropped me off one night, after he got it. I just love them to do it, to be there in the record books forever, that they've won the domestic title.
And doing Mason Cartwright, people look at that fight, Williamson will be an overwhelming favourite. At this stage of his career, what does Mason Cartwright do at 28 when this offer comes? He can't keep treading water, can he? He's got to take the step up.
You know what it's like. Boxing's a business. It's a sports business, but it's a business, I think, more than anything, especially pros. And if an offer comes up, even if it's voluntary like it is, I think you've got to take it. This chance might never happen again.
Willings there got Neves respect with a southpaw jab.
Big lads from Widnes, these, aren't they?
Yeah. looks quite tricky, Leon. Did you know him from was he on the amateur circuit around
I don't
there
ever
as well?
remember seeing him. I think obviously seen witness lads, warrants and lads like that, but I don't remember seeing him, to be honest. And I was thinking that when I saw him make his debut as well, his pro debut.
Trevor's found another guest for us now. It's Zelfa Barrett, who's waiting patiently for his world super featherweight titles. There's myself, Gary Shaw, and Zelfa Barrett. How are you, Zelf?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. And Gary's even better here in his hometown, watching these local boxers. Yeah. Must ask you, were you familiar with Yalton? Did he ever come to your gym at all, being with Paolo in the corner?
Yeah, I've seen him in the circuit. You know, he sparred Matthew Ryan. You know, he's one of them fighters, like, he could have done it. He really could have done it. His skill, and he's obviously you get stuck into that mode of, you know, he's earning money, you know, but you know, if he was to push himself, really, he could. His skill, he's got good skills, man.
He's coming back tonight after a long layoff as well.
Yeah, he's been out in the gym for a while. I think his last fight was in was that his last fight? Yeah,
3 years ago.
Yeah, that was his last fight. So, you know, he's back. You know, and it's good. It's good for it's good for boxing people like him. You know, he's willing to fight week in, week out. You know, the show savers for real. You know what I mean? So boxing needs fighters like you.
A tricky opponent he's up against tonight, Leon Williamson, who's bloody get Yalton's nose there.
Yeah,
with the jab.
He's a good fighter. Good.
Do you know Leon at all?
No, I've just seen him. Like I said, I've seen him on the circuit. I'm a boxing connoisseur, man.
Yeah, I know
these guys think I don't know him. I know all these new guys and anyone my weight division. And
he's complaining there, yelling about an eye, his left eye, I think. The end of the round there. So I've got a connoisseur on either side of me. Gary, he's go at it all night.
Yeah, I know.
When you look at Liverpool boxing, he's forgotten more than most people know on Liverpool boxing.
Probably.
I've been around too long, that's why.
Zelfa, what's the situation with you? When are we going to see you next?
Well, hopefully I've got a date in April sometime. You know, waiting on the world title shot, really. I'm ranked number 2 in the world. I'm ranked number 6 out of everybody in the world. I'm not with the number 2 in the IDF. Out of everybody in the world, I'm ranked number 6. So, you know, we worked hard to get where we're at now. So really, I'm just waiting. You know, I'm ready now for it. I'm really waiting, man.
I've covered your career since the start, and it's mad to think you're now there.
I know.
At that stage.
On these Black Hawk promotion shows, you know. So, you know, hard work, dedication pays off, and you know, shows like my Uncle Pat putting on.
Did you feel you was a prospect? I want to get this right for too long almost.
Of course.
Because you kept thinking, Zelfa will be there in a year's time. And
of course, you know, having your uncle as the trainer. You know, this is what happens. You know, the reins don't get let off. But, you know, listen, put me in good stead. I'm at where I'm at for a reason. So, you know, I had to learn it as well because I only had I had like 30 amateur fights, so I had to warm into the pro game properly.
Plenty of Liverpool boxers with uncles and fathers training them as well, isn't there? Where they might.
Yeah, it's a strange little subculture, isn't it? That's boxing is, and you know, all the families we've got lads. You know, Rooney's family, they're still going up in Crocs of ABC, and you do find that they have like sons, daughters now as well, obviously, and aunts and uncles and whatever. I always thought maybe that meant that, like, say, the Smiths, for instance, their dream was to maybe all fight on the same show, but for the promoter would have thought, well, I can't sell your cousin 4 tickets, can I? You know what I mean? They want bums on seats.
Of course they do. looks a bit bloody, Yalton.
Yeah. Williams winning the fight, but he does seem wary of what Yalton can do.
Yeah, but he's unpredictable. He don't even know what he's gonna do. So, you know, with fighters like Yalton, I just know you just gotta work your left jab or your right jab, and you know, you can't beat a jab with these kind of fighters.
But you can see Leon, he's walking forward there, but he's just not sure. He's almost don't know what to throw against him, does he?
So I mean, he's got the ability, Allan, but you know, obviously it's on him what he does. But he's tricky. He knows how to stink a fight. He knows how to fight. I remember when he first come on the scene, showing like his second fight, he knocked someone out. But come as a journeyman and just knocked him out. So you know, fighters like him, they can be dangerous. They can be dangerous. Got to be in your A game, but it's good learning for Leon.
I to see him in Blackpool good few years back.
You see?
I'm sure I saw him there. I mean, you get to know the lads who you see 8, 9, 10 times, don't you? All
on the circuit, you see him all on the circuit, man.
So do you know what title it made for? You still waiting to know what you're fighting for?
No, I'm still waiting really. Just, you know, see what Eddie comes up with, and then, you know, we're ready in April, man. That's all I gotta do, which I've been doing, stay in the gym and just be ready for my call, man.
You're always in the gym.
Always in the gym. To be fair, but this fight, like after my last fight, I had to
you had a lot going on.
Yeah, a lot going on. Yeah.
Well.
But after this fight in December, I had a bad hand, so I had to take longer than it was. Then when I was in the gym, it wasn't like I was in the gym because I couldn't punch.
Just ticking over. Yeah, trying to maintain some sort of weight. Is that what it's about?
It's some sort of mental, because obviously, but when you love boxing and it's your life and you can't do it. When I tore my Achilles, man, that was the worst part. That was
a while ago.
Worst time of my life because I couldn't train. So you know, watching a million fights, it's horrible. It was a horrible time, but you know, to move.
When you decided it's time to pack up, will you survive without being able to fight?
1,000,000%, because I know I'm done.
Well, you know when you run those fights, you tell them you love it. I know you do, and you know you're a connoisseur. You know,
it's because I'm that close. So
the boxers you speak to me about, like I remember in interviews you've done before in the Box Nation days, you speak about Gary Russell a lot.
Yeah. You know what? When I'm done, I'm done. I even said to Pat, I don't want to be a trainer. I'll pop in. I've worked too hard in my career. Put me off, man. So I'll give me a little input, but being a trainer's not me. I work hard, invest my money wisely, which I'm doing. Good. And then just be a dad.
I would have imagined you as a trainer. Of all the boxers I know, you're one I would have thought would have been a trainer.
It's because I've worked that hard. I know how horrible training is, and I might need a year or two out just away from boxing. And then, but it's not my dream. Pat's dream is to be a world-class trainer, which I believe he is. My dream is just to be a world champion and live comfortable and be a great dad. And you know, if it comes, but if it comes to be a trainer, I will. Good shot.
Neves certainly knows how to make it tricky, doesn't he?
Of course, man. He's one of them fighters. You need to be on your A game. It's a good learning fight for Leon.
Leon at times has wondered, not sure what to throw, has he?
That's why I'm saying a good jab with these kind of opponents.
We're talking to trainers there, Gary. Just tell those watching on Black Flash Promotions YouTube. Any good young trainers coming through in Liverpool?
There's a good few. I know, Danny. What's the name? You've just caught me on the spot there. They've got a good few lads, but the fighters they do move around a lot now, and I think it's much easier for them to do that. But back in the day, it was almost sort of, they wouldn't be seen that it wasn't an option that they wanted to take because they'd get called fit to burn, wouldn't he, by whoever they left. But I like Joe Tonks, Dave Tonks' lads. He's learning a lot, and Joe was unlucky as a pro, because he just didn't really get the momentum going. And
he's working with Liam Smith, isn't he?
Yeah, decent enough, and he's had Liam in, so. There's a few ones there, but to be honest, I think Liverpool fighting, it's not like it was back when we were having, half of the GB squad and they were all turning, but it just seemed to be a golden time for the city, and it's changing now. First time really exchanged it just doesn't seem to be getting back to that day. Hopefully it will again soon when before Paul Smith was British champion and all of this. And you look at Price, he was on his way up as well. We had Ryan Farag, didn't you, and European champion. Good shots. He started to get through this round.
Taking some good shots there. His marks up, bloodied nose, and he's taken a couple of heavy single shots.
It's like he's almost sort of figured them out, thinking, well, you know, you're tricky, you're clever, but you can't hear me.
Good learning thought that.
To be honest, but certainly Leon came back in at the last round. As I say, it looked like he almost figured them out, and he had caught him with a couple of left hooks in the third, and he ended up sort of imposing himself a little bit more, which is good to see against someone who is an awkward fighter.
So I'm here with the successful Boris Crichton. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, feeling good. The rounds have been done, they're in the bank now, so we move on and on to the next one.
Yeah, it looked pretty easy, if we've got to say. You're dominating throughout the fight, really.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
As
It's showing.
right? As expected.
As expected. I love that confidence. Right. So tell us about your little trip, Cameroon via Aberdeen.
By Aberdeen, yeah. That's where we went, straight to Aberdeen. You know, it was fun up there, and that's where we learned how to box. So I owe a lot of that to Aberdeen. You know, I mean, the reason why I'm here and what I'm doing now is because of that journey and that process, and I admire and I appreciate that. You know, and it travels with me.
Yes, fantastic. You've got a great team behind you as well. We're pushing you forward, teaching and stuff. You know, you're looking good, so obviously we're looking to see more of you in the future.
Hopefully so, you know, I mean, that's the aim. If you see from my record, most of my fights haven't gone past 3 rounds. That's why today we came out and we boxed. The power's there. I don't need to prove that to anyone anymore. I mean, I've already shown that many a times, so I don't need to come out and bomb every fighter out. And it's all easy. It's well and easy to come out and start throwing big shots. Going 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 6 rounds, keeping your shape, keeping your form, sticking to the game plan. That's not so easy anymore, do you know what I mean? So we need to get that experience in the bank as well and not just knock people out.
Well, you stuck to the game plan tonight. You did very, very well. And Blackfash Promotions, we look forward to having you more on the bill in the future.
Hopefully, so I appreciate it, man.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Well, here we are on Blackfash Promotions. We're joined by, well, almost family, she'd say, really. But you'll know him as the Commonwealth Super Featherweight Champion, the one and only Mr. Zelfa Barrett. How are you doing, son?
I'm very good, Uncle. How are you, man?
All right.
So, am I allowed to call you Uncle?
You can call me Uncle. You can call me on TV. It's not a problem. So, you and Marcel, you've grown up together, really. Tell me a little about it.
You know, I remember when he first come to the gym. He's about this big. He's about this big now. But he's about this big. Big shoulders, and he just, you know, he's a good fighter, and you know he's come a long way from the States to Liverpool, man, avoiding trouble, you know, which we all have done, and you know, look where he is now. He's boxed some good fighters. Sonny Edwards, one of my close friends, you know, put in a good performance against Sonny, come up short, but he's just showing his level where he's at. So, you know, he'll get this win tonight.
It's very interesting.
I'll put him right in with the WBC, and you know, at that weight category, the phone call's always there because there's not many fighters that weight. So
he's got a big chance to get going for the big world title. I mean, I remember I interviewed him and I said, so tell me about the boxing. He said, oh well, I just love to fight. So someone says to me, why don't you get paid for it? And that was him, you know what I mean? And that he's either like a mini pocket rocket in a cheerful character as they are. I know you have got great respect for each other, you know what I mean? So you both come through the wars and the trials and tribulations. So it'd be great to obviously see him up there as well.
No doubt, man. You know, we're all estate kids, man. When you've come from an estate, you all got that bond. You already know what time it is. If I've got £20, best believe it's been broke down to £2, £2. So, you know, it's always love.
You still owe me a quid.
No, you listen. Oh, Milko Pat's got it.
Well, yeah. So there we go. So tell us about your next fight. When's that coming up?
Sometime in April. You know, another title fight. You know, hopefully Manchester. We'll just see what's going on, but
that'll be great.
It's not about me. It's about Marcel tonight.
It is about Marcel tonight. But like I said, as you know, you are integral to this. You know, Blackfast Promotions. You and Lyndon. You know, your Uncle Pat. You won't be here without Uncle Pat. Do you know what I mean? And that's it. So Blackfast Promotions, they're great. And what we love about it is, like you say, we're not bothered about. We'll come up the road, up the M62, come to Liverpool, local fighters, giving them like the platform which Blackfast does. And that's what we really love about Blackfast, you know what I mean?
You know, it's homegrown. We're homegrown fighters. You know, I've come through it, taking 60-40 fights when the budget was low, man. Yo, you come through it when the budget was low. We're not saying the budget's high right now, but you know, I am a third professional fighter, not here, but on the Blackfast Promotions, and you know, so I just to see it grow.
It's been fantastic. And those of you tuning in on all the platforms, Instagram, Twitter, you know what I mean, the WhatsApp, obviously our own YouTube channel, you'll see exactly what Blackfast do. We're here tonight with another championship fight. Stay tuned for many more.
I want to be respected for giving fighters a chance and the opportunity to come through it. And it's the next generation. And this is why I want people to tune into the Blackfast Boxing channel to see the next generation. What I'm giving is good prospects. If you like what you've seen before, you're definitely going to love this next one. I know that any fight that I create is going to be what people want to see on TV. It's going to be exciting. You can punch, you can box, you can think. It's going to be all them things. I'm in this to let the eye see what's coming through. It's just about these kids' career and people choosing and tapping in and liking them and following them. I'm putting a belt on every one of them kids in that gym.
Back in again, he's the college of knowledge, as I say, on Liverpool boxing. Can you give us some insight into Marcel's career, what he did as an amateur? I know you'll know everything, I bet there is to know about him.
I don't really, again, he's always been at the Gloves, which was obviously a great club, and they've had a bad time in the last sort of 10 years or so, you know, moving venues, and everyone who's involved in amateur boxing knows how hard it is to sort of, you know, try and nail something down and to get a permanent home, whatever. But it's still like a South End club. Obviously, some big names went there in the past, and Marcel was theirs, and he did all right. He's turned pro, and I think he might even admit that he should have had a little bit of done a bit more. Really, you know, a couple of losses that maybe shouldn't have been losses, and other things maybe impacting on his training, on his career so far. But, you know, the good lads at the gloves. I know Wayne Smith, and as I said before, we had Sugars there now, Sugar Jimmy Roons. He was with them when he was. Not that his amateur career was much, but his pro career was much more interesting. Marcel, he's only lost to decent people, except for Braithwaite.
He avenged that defeat eventually, yeah.
I must have seen him beat him about like 25 times, I don't know, like 3 times or something. But yeah, that was a bit of a sad loss, but you know, Jay Harris was a good fighter to lose to. And okay, he lost to Sonny Edwards. I think he was brave to take that fight, because everyone had him the big long underdog. And I think he had him down, didn't he?
7th or 8th round, I think.
Yeah, he had him down, so you know, he can dig. It looks, he could make light fly, I think. It looks like he's a small man, but Allan here now tonight has been this weight for a long time. It's a long time for a grown man to be at like 8 stone, 8.5 stone. And he did struggle at the weight yesterday, you know. I know it was only an ounce and a half over, but if you're over, you know, it doesn't matter by how much you are. And he had to strip off, make the weight.
And also Scott's, I think he's only had 1 fight since he come back. I think he's busy sorting out the.
Yeah, and he's only lost to decent people as well, you know.
Yeah. And now we've just got to go back to Trevor again. He's got somebody.
So I'm here with the successful, I'm going to send it right, Yolton.
I'm Leon.
Oh, Leon. We go again. Leon, I'm off, Joe. How you doing, lad? You okay?
Yeah,
that was a tough fight.
He was very tricky. I'm normally good with southpaws. Sparred a lot of him, but you know, it was tricky. But I think I was landing my shots in the 3rd and 4th round. But I got into it a bit too slow. But like I said, it's a great learning fight. That I won my last fight by KO. So I didn't learn much from that.
Yeah.
These are the fights I need, that stuff that I can work on and build on. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the last one, like you say, and it was. Yeah, the KOs are a bit easy for you, but this one, like you say, a lot to learn. Yeah. You know, we're getting behind your jab, a lot of movement in that, because he came onto you a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, I didn't throw my jab near enough as much as I wanted to. You know, I'm always peppering my jab out in the gym. So, you know, I'm not happy that I weren't peppering my jab out, but like I said, I remember my next one to do that more, because I was just looking for landing big shots. But I needed to establish my jab before I do that, but I was just going for the bomb straight away. Yeah. But like I said, the 3rd and 4th round, you know, I started to pick them out a bit more then. So.
And you had a great support from the crowd. They were pushing you on as well. They were enjoying it.
Yeah, it was a good atmosphere in there, and yeah, it was good.
It's good. So you're smiling up there. You got a few floods.
That's me, my girlfriend.
Is that your missus there? Hi, love. Well, listen, Blackflash, proud to have you on the show. Hopefully, we can see you in the future. More victories.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Paul. All the best. Cheers, Leon. So, stay tuned. The next fight coming up, Marcel Braithwaite challenging for the WBC Super Light Championship.
Money in boxing is garbage, so if I didn't have a business, I'd be in trouble.
What do you say to that?
Well, you know what? That super flyweights, there isn't big money unless you're fighting the elite. You know, Juan Estrada, the unified champion who owns a WBC belt, I'll be earning good money. But at this level, even, you know, it's not life-changing. Yeah. They'll be earning a nice wage tonight, but it's not going to change their life. So when Scott Allan took his break from boxing, he bought a gym in Wishaw, near where he lives in Scotland, and he's just buying another one in East Kilbride.
Wow. I mean, it is a very, very tough game, isn't it? You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? It's like probably one of the hardest routes for you to make a few bob. And then again, you've got to look at, you've got to get a great team behind you. You've got to get great promoters. Someone's going to believe in you, haven't you? You know, the contracts. You know, right. Where you fight. You know, that's all part of it, isn't it?
That's right. And this fight tonight, big for both of them. You know, Marcel's now 27. You know, he's been fought off for too long as a prospect. Scott's 29 on the comeback trail. You know, I think, you know, whereas Marcel's looking at world rankings if he wins tonight, I think Scott's sort of talking British title level for himself. And you know, he's only, you know, this interview I read with him, he seems very sure in what he wants from life. You know, he says he only wants 12 to 18 months in boxing on this comeback, and then and he wants the British title in that time. And this is certainly, you know, the winner of this tonight, you know, can start looking towards world ranking, but you certainly be cruel if you was ignored as a mandatory challenger for the British after this. Obviously, the British champion is Ijaz Ahmed of Birmingham. He's having a third fight with Kuas Kademi. They've had 2 wars between them. Ijaz won the first, I think the second was a draw. I haven't got the records in front. I'm sure that's what it is. And as I've said a couple of times tonight, time for the top stiff man Marcel to kick on. He is no longer a prospect. He might look like a baby still, but he's no longer a prospect. Scott Allan 10-5-1, mixed in the highest company though. Them defeats, couple of losses to Cash Farouk, who's a great friend of his, who recently sadly had to retire when he was on the brink of big things. Cash beat him on points in January 2017, stopped him in the 8th of the Scottish bantamweight title fight 11 months later. Also another stoppage defeat, Lee McGregor in a Commonwealth title challenge, lost to him in 6th. Lee McGregor is world class, could well win a world title. Another loss comes to Michael Ramabaletsa, who held an English title. That was only in his third professional fight. That was a hard match so early in your career.
Would you say, I mean, there is this notion, isn't there, on the boxing, where the lower weights, it is like double or triple harder for them. It's a
triple
progress.
Harder. You know, it's a double-edged sword, like it's triple harder for them, but you can have less fights and get a world ranking. But if you look at the WBC champion, the unified king, Juan Estrada, you're talking exceptional fighters down there. So hard to, you know, this brings you to a world ranking.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, we find it is so hard for those lads down there.
These fights, you know, they bring it, but you know, the guys at the top in these divisions are they're exceptional fighters. Gary, you're just saying that how hard it is. You know, it's a double-edged sword, I think, where you can get world title fights with a lot less fights in these lower weights, but some of these champions, although they might only weigh just 8 stone 3, they're absolute beasts, aren't they? Like Estrada.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, it's even you don't have to go that far back for people to have still got title shots domestically, and even the European title shots. They've had like less than a dozen fights, or less than 20, whatever, which is unheard of for some of the higher weights. But then when they get through to this level, there's so many more. There's a lot less flyweights around than what there was, and bantamweights around what there was in the 30s and the 60s, whatever. Yeah. We know that, you know, people are growing bigger. But that's in this part of the world. There's lots of parts of the world where having grown men at 8-9 stone is actually not that uncommon, and a lot of them fight, and a lot of them are really good fighters. You know, Japan, Thailand, Mexico seems to just sharing them out, doesn't it? You know, South America, you know, poor places of the world. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what we saying. That's what Steve and I were saying. You know, it's sad, isn't it, in some aspects, because they want to be on parity with the lads in the bigger weights, but it's just like it's double, it's triple harder for them to actually progress to sort of that level. And although they can earn a nice living, but you've got to be really, really at the top of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, they can still get okay money, but it's not as great money for some, unless they're like a Pat Clinton maybe, or a McGuigan or someone like that, you know, who just seems to capture a whole country even rather than the city, you know, and that's tough to do now. There's so many more distractions for people to spend their money on or whatever, and you know, it's the big flyweights now and bantamweights are all sort of, you know, Japan, Mexico, all of these, and you come in against these fellas and it is a truism in boxing, and when you study it and you're reading about the history and everything, these fellas are fighting for like fresh water, absolutely, and for food and for bread, literally. And these lads aren't. That's right.
And they're just jumping through the weights, aren't they, as well, to take their chance.
Yeah, it's amazing how they do it.
They go to super fly, back to light fly. It's absolutely nuts. I'm just looking at the super flyweight there. It is just nuts. Estrada, Derwin and Kazis, Ioka, Rungvisor, Roman Gonzalez, Carlos Cuadras. I mean, that's murderer's row, isn't it? Don't you like to use that word for boxing? Shouldn't murderers? That is murder. This super flyweight division is murderer's row.
I think they've always been fast, comparative, and in context with the heavyweights, obviously. But these guys are lightning fast, and they can all dig as well. Yeah. And there haven't been that many British flyweights, bantamweights who have been as fast and who can hit as hard. They just don't seem to be able to do it.
You can see a lot of these British fighters. I mean, Sonny Ebbles is maybe one of the exceptions where so many of the good fighters you've had at this weight, they've got the skills, but they haven't got the power to hold off these guys. Maybe you've seen that with Jay Harris when he fought Martinez. He pushed him all the way, but didn't have that bit of snap to.
No, and he had that again. When these fights are made, you can't say no. You've got to.
Of course you can't.
You've got to take it.
At any level, you've got to take it. British title level. About
it doesn't matter who you are, what weight you are. Carly Skelly the other month having to go to America. No, she's got to take that fight.
She has to take it. She was fighting here before then, wasn't she? But that's what these WBC international belts can lead to. They can lead to a money fight. And we're talking about these guys tonight. Marcel, Braithwaite. You can't think of him as a prospect anymore.
No, and he's been, exactly. He's been around. What was the ABA's 2015, 16?
Is that when it was?
Yeah. And I think I was trying to drag my memory before, and I think he lost to Peter McGrail, beat him, didn't he? That's no shame.
I'll tell you what.
That's no shame to lose to Peter McGrail. And Callum French beat him as well, and I think he's a good name. But that step at this weight, most weights we know, the step at this weight to go from, as Steve says, fighting here, fighting in the Olympia, to then headlining somewhere else. When was the last British title fight headlined by flyweight? And I'd love to go for those days to come back to someone to really capture a nation like Lynch did, Benny Lynch or Jimmy Wild. I know that's a really long time ago, but it'd be great.
I don't think me and Steve were born there, were we, Steve? I don't think me and you were born then, was it?
You know what? I tell you one who would capture the imagination because he had that big London following and boxing was so sparse on TV. And he had that BBC audience. Charlie Magri in the 80s was a darling. What Charlie Magri had though, except there was so few shows in Britain. There must have been 10 shows in Britain tonight. You won't get 10 shows in Britain a month, you'll get one big show a month, and it'll be on BBC. And Charlie Magri was a darling. I think he won the British title in his third fight against Dave Smith.
And then he's world champion and he's fighting legends of the sport. Yeah, and it is true as well. Just a general view of mine when I look at boxing, I think the lower weights are classier. They look better. You can see more of what they've done, what they learned in the amateur ring coming into the pros. It's a lot slicker, and the higher up you go, obviously the slower they get.
It's a tough world, isn't it?
It's a tough world. It's tough. I can't still believe that there's grown men walking around at 8 stone, 8.5 stone. It's ridiculous. I've got a leg waist.
It's how these tyres get down as well. They walk around at 10, 11 stone, they get down to 8 stone.
That's nearly as heavy as Steve Waller.
And of course we had the problem with the weight with John Riel Casimiro before he was going to fight Paul Butler. He couldn't make the weight.
And Paul's been at that weight for a long time as well. And this was I remember some of the listeners might remember St. Helens flyweight Keith Wallace, who had
Frank Warren's first fight.
Yeah, one of his, and he was really great fighter. He never won a British title, but he won a Commonwealth title, and he was ranked to fight for the European, and he waited about 14, 15, 16 months, and he just got too big, and it was that length of time just killed him for making the weight, and in the end he struggled, and there was a bit of controversy over it, but then he's killed himself to make the weight then, because he's not getting off European title shot at bantam, no. It's at fly, so you've got to really fly,
Let's just change it a little bit. Talking about weight and things like that. And obviously at the moment, the genre seems to be about our ex-champions coming out for all these exhibition fights, etc., which I don't personally agree with. What's your thoughts to talk about Ricky Hatton coming back? Everyone, it's supposed to be the big thing now, and if you look at Ricky, it's documented. We know, we see it in terms of how he was with his weight, even when he was fighting, out of season, in inverted commas, he put on a couple of stone and then he'd lose it. Now, what we're looking at here now is he's coming back to fight some exhibition game. Sure, it's a dangerous thing.
Yeah, for that reason, full stop. I don't like seeing that, and there's a chance that your legacy gets a little bit diminished. I think, and we know it's probably not about legacy; it's about earning money, and I totally get that for some of these lads, working class lads. But I'd rather they don't.
I do think a lot of these lads. I mean, I'm not. Look, if it was an exhibition of head gloves, spark, big 16-ounce gloves, I'd swallow it. But when we say exhibition, it's a term that's used loosely. It's like now I'm looking at Sergio Martinez coming back. Okay, he's winning at a certain level, but come on, we know what's going to happen.
Some of his title fights were exhibitions.
But he's coming back now. He's been beating fringe British. Brian Rose, who's been a brilliant pro, amateur and pro. He beat him. He beat Macaulay Miguel. He's got a world ranking now. Sergio's going to end up getting for another world title, that or a big fight at 46, 47, and it's not going to end well.
There's nothing you can say, is there?
Nothing you can say.
And I think, did they need the money that bad?
For me,
did they miss the adulation?
Yeah, but it probably is that. But I also think, you surround yourself with a team, and if you're my mates now, I'm not being a team mate to you and my fans saying, look guys, if you do this can happen. But I think there's about too many sycophants who are around who are scared to say, don't do it. But surely, you both know you've been in the game a long time. It's one punch, isn't it? And it might be an exhibition game. But if you've been out, let's go back to Kell Brook in Crown. 3 years out the ring, 15 months out the ring. Now, you guys know yourself, you could tell that. And then they're talking about Brook maybe going in with Ben and you back, you're thinking, why?
Yeah, well, I didn't so much mind that the match getting made, because that was always a fight that everyone wanted to see. It's about 7-8 years too late, we know that. There was a fantastic Elliot Wesley, there was a great intro to it. It wasn't a preview of the fight in the boxing news, but it was a sort of preview of, I was just talking about them and the situation we were in. There was a great line in it where he said it's not really so much about what we've got to offer, it's about what we've got left. And when it then becomes the case of, well, whoever has got the least ends up being, in that sense, ends up the winner. That's not you don't really want to be going down that road. But I still watched it, I thought, yeah, well, as long as you don't get hurt. But then after that, when Eubank calls him out,
I'm not keen on that. I don't think Eubank is anywhere near the world middleweights, but what we've got to remember is, as sharp as Brook last week, he's way past these best. You've got to look at the Crawford fight, and we know how brilliant Crawford is, but for example, when Crawford fought Kell, the first time Terence opened up, he fell apart. Amir Khan was shot to pieces last week. Kell had more left than Amir. That was last week was about. Good luck to them both. It's a fight that's been 17 years in the making. Kell got the win. He's always won.
I like athletics as well. I'm a big athletics fan. I ran sort of club level and was a million miles away from the people who were brilliant. But I do like it. I do watch it. You're watching it live, and you do lose a sense of context in it. Sure. So say the 400 or the 800 and all like that, and they're all coming up, and it looks like someone's sprinting. They're just slowing down at least. That's all it is, and that's what Brook and Khan was like. It's Brook slowed down the least out of them, and if that's what you've got to offer in a sport like boxing, really it's time to.
I just think for me, it was that concern. You know what I mean? One fight too many, innit? You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? And again, people's legacies. They will go to the water, won't they? Because people just talk about the last one. Oh, do you remember when you got beat with so-and-so? They talk about the great champions, don't they? Well, so-and-so beat Ali, but would you beat him in the day?
So the lads who I interviewed for the boxing books around here, they've all had decent careers. They were Central Area champions at the time when that was a tough title to get, and that is probably Commonwealth level now. They could have won a couple of titles. There isn't one of them who doesn't look at boxing now and doesn't think that they couldn't be a champion. if boxing would have been like this in their day, they'd have gone, like, if the boxing had been like that when I was fighting, and I was ranked 8th in Britain, and like you had 4 ex-European champions in front of me, and some of the lads now, every one of them says, do you know what, they are probably right. I think there's less of them around, but you know, they wouldn't. Sorry, yeah, it's all subjective, and it is about like looking back at that time in the past, and they all say it was better in my day. You know? It was more fighting, it was tougher. They certainly say it was tougher.
Yeah, I think so. But when you look at again, you know, the way it's evolved, you know, sports science, nutritionists, people like that, you know, the gloves are better material. You know, going to the canvas. You know, when the rings, you know, when everything's evolved, hasn't it, for the better.
Yeah, Jimmy Price could have been a fantastic champion, and I remember he says when I interviewed him when he fought Errol Graham, there was no super middle then.
No,
it was middle or light heavy, and that's a big gap.
Yeah, big gap.
And he had to kill himself to make weight, and it was proper old school making weight. It was sipping oranges, drinking tea, swilling it around in your mouth and spitting it out again and all like that. And he said, I got in the ring. He said, in my mind, I thought I could do it. He was a tall lad, and he said all Errol Graham had to do was wave his glove at me, and I went down because I was so weak. Felt weak, so weak. There was no super middle.
It's hard, isn't it? Like I said, that's why, you know, for me, anybody who's gone about these lads, the gladiators, the Spartans, you know what I mean? You know, talk journeymen, you know, some great journeymen that we've seen. You're thinking, some of the pounding that they get week in, week out, you know, just to pay the bills. It's like, who else would do that?
Yeah.
You know?
You're waiting for the main event and listening to us chat on here, ramble on. I'm told 5 to 10 minutes they'll be in the ring.
Oh, okay. That's time for some brew, I think.
I'm looking forward to this. I think it's got could be a good fight.
They're well matched.
Well matched. I think at the weigh-in yesterday, though, there was not much that Allan could have lost at the weight, and I think Marcel obviously makes it easier. A little bit shorter, but you know, hopefully he can do it in front of his home fans, and it's a decent belt to win these days, as long as he defends it. If you defend it and you keep them happy.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you look at British titles or go another route.
It's the money.
Yeah.
If
Ejaz Ahmed and I think is it Casey.
If a belt like this offers you more money than the British, then again it's a no-brainer. I think.
Yeah, I think
Ejaz Ahmed and Kiss Kademi, when they're meeting for a third time, they've had those 2 really tough fights.
I think you start with a plan, don't you? You start with a game plan that you want to go down the British route and, you know, the Commonwealth, but if someone comes in with an offer and says, well, you know, about a world title shot.
We're romantics, aren't we? I want people to. There's a Central Area title that hasn't been fought for 21 years.
Yeah.
And it's like, these lads would love a belt.
Like it's just forgotten.
They would love a belt.
Area, we were talking earlier on about area titles, and when we had a minute was earlier on, that means targeting the best in the world. Jimmy First, 41 years of age, won a Central Area last night. That was his world title.
Yeah.
Everything to him.
Exactly, yeah. And all the lads who've won Central Area titles who I've spoke to, the next book's got George Metcalf, and George Metcalf, he's boxed in the army, won titles in Hong Kong, came over here, won the Central Area title, had a great local scrap here at the stadium against George Schofield. And he ended up winning the Central Area belt, and he said he was ranked number 8 in Britain, but he knew he was nowhere near as good as the fellas who were 1 and 2. There was a sniff of a chance that he could get that, and that would have been, you know, fantastic for him. But he says exactly the same. That's like my world title, winning the Central Area belt. Yeah. They all love it, and they all get copies made. Yeah. And for some of them to be not even in abeyance, are they? Some of them have been literally forgotten. Why can't they fight for it these days? And it's maybe sanctioning fees or whatever, or other belts offer more money.
You know what, you speak with passion for the Central Area title like I used to when I lived in London as a kid, just watching Southern Area fights at Battersea Channel, guys like Rocky Kelly, who, you know,
he was from up here, wasn't he? Rocky, wasn't he?
He's got a London accent. It's like, I'll come up here, but I've got a London accent, but I've lived in Manchester for 30 years. I'll tell you what you don't know about boxing, and anyone who's born, I thought I'd just spit. Rocky Kelly was born in Liverpool, and I think he was either adopted in London at a young age, or family, or one of his parents moved to London at a young age. If you can claim
one of ours, Steve. Don't worry.
I'll tell you what, Sam Maxwell's one of ours. Born in Hackney.
Oh, yeah, he is born in Hackney.
He's one of ours.
He's one of my faves. You're not having him because he's one of my faves.
Yeah, but how come
hold on, Sam Maxwell, the British super lightweight champion, was born in Hackney. He's a Cockney.
He's our last Scout British champion.
And when you speak to Sam, he'll tell you this. I think it's Len Whaley of the East Hackney Gazette. Actually, is it Chris Kempson or Len Whaley? One of those. I apologise to the one I called wrongly there. They ring him up for an article on the Hackney Gazette before every fight. He's one of our own. Born within the sound of Bow bells.
Hold on a minute. But you were born in Ashton. You were born in Ashton. You sound like someone from Brick Lane. What's all that
I
about?
was born in Wimbledon, actually.
He's one of my favourites. You can't have him. You can't have Sam.
He's Hackney born.
I went to Commonwealth Games to see him with the greatest t-shirt ever. Yeah. Yeah. Fowler was there as well.
Do you remember Mally Kirk? Mally Kirk boxed in the army, the British Army, and I'm sure he fought for the title. And you're talking 80s.
There was a scout lad called Gordon Kirk who was decent in the 70s. But going back to the Central Area thing, one of the best fights I've ever seen in my top 10 fights was when Wayne Denny beat Carl Dilks for the Central Area Cruiserweight at the Olympia. That was like Carl was like ahead after 6 or 7, and then Wayne just came back and was adjudged the winner at the end, caught him up. And the crowd was, little small hall, local hall, and all packed out with the fans. Birkenhead against Liverpool as well. You know what I mean? It was a fabulous fight, and that's not only that, it was one of the best ones I saw, but one of my favourite fights that I've ever seen as well. It was a great fight, Central Area, because it meant so much to them.
It's okay, so I'm going to put you both on the on the mark here now. So of all the fights, right, of all the weights, of all the eras, can you name one big fight? Because I know we both have seen some great fights.
Bo Holyfield won for me.
What's that one?
Bo Holyfield won.
Really?
Yeah, I've been at,
With it, Bo?
Against Holyfield.
He'll say someone on the Scotty rode him on a Friday night.
No,
that's fair enough.
It's I could name a few going back and the fights, and I'm stupid collector, and I've got to collect all these things, Sandra Pepper and all like that. But Norton Holmes is one of my favourite fights. Yeah, right. Fights. That literally 15 rounder. Came through. It looked fabulous. Looked fabulous when you see images of it now and that. And it literally came down to the last round, and they were like two big names. But that would probably be the one.
So for me, it's like people ask me, but I just think it's like the footy, and they say who's the best player. But for me, it's about eras. So we talk about boxing. We go, who's the best boxer of all time? Surely it's got to be about eras. Everyone say obviously the King Muhammad Ali, but obviously king of the heavyweights within that era. So then you move forward. Surely within another area, somebody's the greatest. So do we compare it with, let's say, Ali, for example, might in this era come up against Tyson Fury or whatever? Who would win there? But for me, I'm saying, can you honestly truly say A, B or C was the best boxer of all time? Because it's eras. Boxers from the 20s, 30s.
I think sometimes though you've got to look at the level of opponents that they fought. So the likes of Sugar Ray Robinson, who I think is the greatest, and then you see the level of fighters who he fought.
You look at 70s heavyweights like Ernie Shavers. What would Ernie Shavers have been in this era right now? And he was a contender,
tough cookies.
Some of the defences now, because we all know the state of sports, and some of the defences now, and you think they behave. Get in the seat. That's not a proper defence. And which is why I like someone like Froch so much. Because he did fight. Or Mackenzie, the fellas who he fought.
Tough fellas.
They were all big names. He never really shaped anyone. And then you go way back, Henry Armstrong, and he fought everyone and whatever. But it is eras, and they make fights. There's Mark Moran going through there. Remember Mark Moran?
Good amateur.
He was a good amateur. He fought for the British title. Was a prize fighter as well. I think he's coach of the gloves now as well. But all here. And Steve.
and the king of Merseyside boxing.
And Len Johnson, of course, you threw his name in there. I wrote about Len.
Have you?
I wrote about Len,
There's big projects obviously in Manchester, you know, at the moment, you know what I mean? Big friend of mine, Len Turney's an actor, and Nigel Travis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nigel, he runs the Fire Station Boxing Club, you know what I mean? And they're looking to obviously try and get a statue.
Yeah,
for Len, you know what I mean? Like, and then you think, back in the day, what they had to go through,
well,
you know?
he fought, he got to the, I don't remember, but I remember reading, before anyone says, come on, but a lot of the research I did, to give the Manchester, when the boxing board came in 29, it had to name officials in all the areas, that's how they were. To give the Manchester, or whatever this area was called at the time, Northern area, the due, they did, sort of petition the board to say, you've got to let him fight it, you've got to get rid of this rule, you've got to get rid of it because he's like a big name and he's good enough like that. And obviously they said no, but Roland Todd, who was the European champion at the time, he was saying, I'll fight him for the European title because he deserves his chance, all like that. That's a shame because probably his best years were maybe 26, 27, 28, and then the board came in 29 and whatever. But you know that rule affected a lot of people. Kid Tanner, who was a fella from British Guyana, fought in Liverpool. His first fight here was against the Stoke, the Hanley fighter, I forget his name now, who just lost for the European title. Within a year he was number 2 in the world, Kid Tanner. Number 2 in the world.
Within a year?
Yeah, and he was from British Guyana, flyweight bantam. And obviously Larry Gaines and people like that. But yeah, I've talked a lot about the colour bar.
Larry Gaines there. Remember when I was a kid, obviously I'm a young kid now, my dad used to take me to Manor Place Farms in the early 70s, and Larry Gaines, he lived away at South East, he lived in South West London, and my dad was always pointing out that's Larry Gaines, and trying it was only as I read and looked more about what he actually went through, you know, in this era now to think of that,
it's insane,
it's incomprehensible, isn't it? When you read about that and the Larry Gaines thing, that was the first one I was really educated on.
He beat two reigning British champions. Finished the career. Did he? He couldn't fight for the British title.
Yeah, they couldn't.
I won at Leicester Tigers ground because that was where he was living at the time. And there was 30,000 there, so it wasn't like those fighters were unpopular. They could sell tickets, you know.
I think we're just a couple of minutes away now, I'm getting told, from the main event, so I'm sure you've been entertained by Gary, who's stole the show for us the last half an hour or so.
Well, the colour bar's a little pet project of mine, you know, I've wrote a lot about it.
Yeah, I know,
finding more and more out about it all the time. Probably the saddest was a Canadian middleweight called Stafford Barton.
Go on, tell me.
Stafford Barton, Jamaican middleweight, Canadian is Larry Gaines, obviously Jamaican middleweight, who was champion of Jamaica at a couple of weights, came to London, settled in London to turn pro, fought some decent people. I think he beat Ernie Roderick in a non-title fight and wanted a rematch for the Empire title, never ever got it. War started, Second World War, and he joined the fire brigade or whatever it was, and then he joined the RAF and he became a gunner in the RAF. Did his basic training like a lot of Jamaican people, as I say, joined the RAF. Got stationed out in Tunisia, 42, 43, and on basically, from what I've read, more or less like not a suicide mission, but it was never ever going to succeed. And his plane crashed into a mountain just outside Spezia. And I've been to his grave in the Commonwealth War grave in Genoa. And after he died, that was when the opposition to the colour bar became its most vocal, because you had everyone on board then saying, well, these guys can die for Britain, literally, but they can't fight for British titles. A couple of years later it was over.
Well, finally we're there. Thanks for bearing with us. MC's in the ring, referee. Scott looks to be up with a fair few ringside tickets here tonight. First 2-3 rows of ringside to our right hand side, full of Scott Allan fans.
Himself, you know, for Luke McGregor.
McGregor Castro. Dancing in front of us, full of confidence, obviously. Go with the main events of the evening. Coming up, 10 3-minute rounds, WBC International Silver Super Flyweight Championship, vacant between Marcel Braithwaite and Scott Allan.
WBC International Silver Super Flyweight Championship. Brought courtesy of Allan and Penultimate. And broadcast boxing channel. Sanctioned by the World Boxing Council. President Marcel. Your supervisor inside is Dennis Braithwaite from London. You're also sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, supervisor inside Les Potts. Your 3 scoring judges for this contest. Tony O'Connor from Birmingham, Mark Wilson from Liverpool, and Reece Carter from Cardiff. Your referee in the ring is Mr. John Rayford from Berlin, and your timekeeper, Phil Morris from the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, your officials are ready. Your boxers are ready. Liverpool, are you ready? This is first boxing with the Russians with the train. Boxing records, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 draw. 8 stone, 2 pounds. The preparation for Festival 11 visitors and 50 please. It's the former English Super Flyweight champion, the former British Super Flyweight champion, Penultimate.
Here we go with the main event, and Zelfa Barrett's back with us just for a few minutes. Zelfa, must ask you, how familiar are you with Marcel? Does he come over to your gym at all? I know Wayne works closely with Black Flash Promotions and your uncle Pat.
Some of the lads in the gym, but I speak with Wayne nearly every other day, so he always keeps me in good stead with Marcel and see how he is.
He's 27, he still looks about 10, doesn't he?
Yeah, man, he looks good for his age.
So do you.
Yeah, I try to. He looks very confident, Marcel, though, man. Very loose.
Very relaxed on his feet, isn't he?
Relaxed.
Full of confidence.
Very relaxed.
So the arena's about almost full, and virtually everyone's standing up for the fight, even though there's not a bad seat in there. Everyone's on their feet, Trevor. You're ready. We're only a minute in.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. And what I do love about this arena, like you say, it's fantastic that the people come out and do support the local fighters. It's great.
I think it was a bit of the weigh-in and the little presser that made it more fiery.
I'm not sure if Marcel's as much of an encyclopedia on boxing as you, but I know he grew up, loved watching videos and stuff. I'm not sure he compares to you though when it comes to knowledge.
Listen, I'm a bit like you, Scott Quigg. I know every single fight of my weight division, starting and not starting. I just love boxing.
Who's got the best knowledge, you or Scott Quigg?
Scott's older than me, so I'd say Scott.
I love that, I love that, because that is that perception that boxers don't really know anything. I remember watching that documentary on Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson could tell you about boxers in the 1800s.
Wow, he knew his fighters. Yeah. He knew, man.
Fantastic.
You got to respect the sport, so you should know as a fighter. You should know how hard it is, and coming down from the 15 rounds fighting, like you should know your history.
We were talking to you earlier, how long people thought of you as a prospect for. Do you think that's the same with Marcel? It's now or never for him?
Yeah, of course. When you won't mind me saying this, he's been in fights. He came up short against Sonny. I believe he could have beat the other guy he boxed. I can't remember his name. He boxed for a world title.
Yeah, Jay Harris.
Yeah. So this level here. He should be breezing this level. So personally, it's time. It's now or never. But he's boxing well right now.
Taking the first round, that's for sure.
Of course.
Says no. Very confident.
Very confident.
Looking very light on his feet.
Zelfa sort of double tasking there. He's got one eye on the Jack Catterall Josh Taylor fight, and he's watching his pal Marcel here.
It's a good fight, this Catterall fight, to be fair with Josh. It looks like he's winning.
Very strong fighter, Jack Catterall. Really strong. Saying you won't be a trainer, so I guess you all fancy being a promoter.
I think I've got a big heart, man. I'd be feeling sorry for the fighters. Good movement by Marcel. Both like two little pit bulls.
Little pocket rockets, aren't they? Definitely.
Jab into the body.
He's elusive, isn't he, Marcel?
Very elusive, man. Very elusive. That's when he's at his best, when he's like this. You know, when he's uptight. Like this now, this is the good Marcel. This is where he performs. I've seen him inspiring many a times. When he's elusive like this and moving.
Is a come forward fighter like Scott suited for Marcel, do you think?
Yeah, of course, you know, because he can just be elusive and he's coming to do the work, and you don't need to look for him, Marcel.
Certainly no disgrace losing to Sonny Edwards, one of your pals, isn't he?
Yeah, Sonny's one of my good
Lyndon's
friends.
brother and your pal, I think.
Listen, Sonny's the world champion, man, and look where he's at. And he makes boxing look easy. Yeah. He makes the average man to think, you know what, I can box. He makes it look so easy, man. So I mean, he's got a good resume, Marcel. Part of a good shot there.
Former Commonwealth champion Scott Allan just not getting a look in, is he, at the moment?
You know, no, but listen, it's early days. Marcel just needs to stay switched on and perform.
Nice little through there. First 2 rounds though to Marcel. Fight's warming up very nicely. John Latham just warning Scott Allan there.
That's it, Marcel just needs to stay elusive like this. He's going to come.
It's just like, you know, you almost know how Scott Allan's going to do. There's one way of fighting, isn't there, for him?
Yeah, man, I know. You can tell though he's trying to hold it because he's been caught a few times coming in, so.
Marcel's not wasting these shots, is he?
Not at all. Listen, with a fighter like this, he's going to keep coming all night. You can't afford to waste your shots. Get the crowd, man. Get the crowd.
When you're in the ring and this sort of screaming's going on, are you aware of it, or?
I am. I love it. Yeah. It makes you feel like more like you are. When you're tired, man.
Yeah, I just wondered if some boxers say they don't notice them. I think they're fibbing, really.
I think they're I remember the boxers that are not relaxed and used to the scenery of fighting in a big crowd. They might not hear it because they might be uptight, but as a fighter, you do hear everything. Like I can always hear Lyndon. I hear Lyndon more than I hear Pat.
How is Lyndon?
He's good, man. He's good.
Smile there from Marcel to the opponent to say, all right, yeah, let's get it on. Referee's corner, time out there, both boxers holding on to each other in a clinch.
Early stages of the fourth round, I think that's the first time there's been any sort of holding. First 3 rounds, I think you can't go against Marcel, boxing well within himself.
Yeah. That's a good body shot from Allan.
Yeah, man, you can't sleep on the Scottish man because he's a grower, man. Yeah, he's a grower. You know, the first couple, that's why you got to stay sharp and be elusive. You can see you try to load up for the right hand. Oh, beautiful. That was a slip.
Also straight back in the frame there, goes at a step.
A big haymaker.
I think Marcel is really
to go back to what he was doing so well the first 3 rounds.
Just keep hitting and moving. It's getting a bit sticky now, like they're clinching a bit. That's it, Marcel just needs to keep it like this, boxing in the distance, waiting to come in.
So important to keep his composure, isn't it? After such a good start.
When it goes past 6 rounds, like this is where it's important to keep your mind on the job, because you know some fighters are growers. You know, for the first couple of rounds they're warming up, and then when they're in the mix of things, getting used to getting hit, getting used to your timing, your balance, you know, they just come alive. It's why it's important to stay to get better and stronger every round.
Yeah, Scotland's record might not read as impressive as Marcel, but mixed in the highest company.
Good movement there by Marcel. Allan fighting in the corner, great movement there.
Certainly enjoying every minute of this fight. Everybody stood up around ringside in front of us here to our left, right and ahead of us. John Layton bringing them together for the start of round 5.
Marcel needs to get back to his boxing, be loose, relaxed, elusive, you know, when it'll come together.
Yeah, first 3 rounds he was flawless, wasn't he?
Yeah, of course. Just need to maintain that. Because this man here is not coming here to roll over, he's here to win himself.
I was reading an interview with Scott Allan, and sometimes you can tell when a boxer speaks whether they mean their ambition. And he's spoken, he's not world titles, British titles, and he's had an 18-month layoff building his successful gym business. He owns 2 gyms, and now he's back for 12 to 18 months just to try and get that British title fight.
Of course,
this is his stepping
they're the
stone.
kind of fighters that, you know, no disrespect to him, and I'm not saying it in a disrespectful way. Sometimes they overachieve because he set his goals so low for himself. When you reach it, they're easy for him to reach. Yeah, you know what I mean. And then when if he gets whatever to where he wants to be, you know, in his eyes, everything's just a bonus.
Yeah. Well, he's mixed with cash for rank.
Yeah, of course, of course.
He's stopped. He's gone rounds of them. Marcel, but he's not having it his own way, has he, these last couple of rounds?
You know, this guy is ambitious, man. He wants to win.
But as Zerfa says, you'd much prefer him getting back to what he was doing earlier on.
Making him moving, man, making it easy and simple.
It's still a very winnable fight, but he's fighting Allan's fight now, isn't he?
Of course he is. eyes when you're having fun.
Blown by this fight. Somehow so far, first 3 rounds absolutely dominated by the local boxer. Marcel Braithwaite. He's going in confidence with the man. Yeah, flash knockdown for Braithwaite in round 4. Allan come back in round 5, and Zelfa just commented seems to be in the ascendancy of the pair.
Good body shot. That's it. Himself, he wants to load up. Scott, he wants to load up. You can see him, man. He's setting it up for one big shot. That's it. Just hit and move. That's all he needs to do.
A lot closer this fight as we go into the second hour, isn't it?
Of course, but you know, Marcel, it looks like he's getting back to his rhythm now. Get back boxing. As you can see, Scott's changed his game plan, he's fighting a lot more.
Long time with this.
body shot by Scott. Good jabbing. Good shot. See, this is Marcel at his best when he's vibrant like this. Crowd is electric, you know, just for this little venue.
Marcel winning these rounds, he's having to keep switched on for every single second. We've got Marcel up.
And I feel like Marcel's winning. You know, he took the knockdown. I feel like it was a slip, but you know, he's done enough right now to nick it. I feel like not to nick it, but to get back ahead on the scorecard.
He's so much better when he's elusive and not boxing like this.
He's vibrant. He's a very hard man to beat, I believe. Needs to keep up the energy, keep his mind strong, and and he'll get this fight in the bag. But Scott's he's no person to sleep on.
Scott Allan bloody knows. When you look at him, it's hard to think they're only a year apart in age. One looks much more than man, doesn't it?
Marcel looks like he's had the easy paper round.
Yeah. When you talk of man strength from that, do you feel you've reached your peak of strength now? Is there more to come in that area?
You know what? I feel like I have, I'm a puncher. I know I'm a puncher, but it just comes with experience now. So, there's no point having power. Good shot. No point having power if you can't use it. I think he hurt him. Scott with that body shot. That was a good body shot. He hurt him.
Really warm to this fight from the off, and right now you can hardly hear yourself thinking this small but wonderful arena.
Needs to go back down to the body. That was a good body shot that landed.
Took a little left hand there, Marcel, that he didn't need to.
Good round for Marcel. But yeah, I feel like, you know, as an experienced fighter, you know when to throw certain shots, you know when to load up, you know when to do certain things in the ring. So, like I was gonna say, there's no point having power if you can't use it, if you can't land it. I feel like he needs to go to the body more, Mars. He hurt me with the body shot.
He had some success to the body, didn't he, in the previous round?
That was a good right hook he threw. Got to give credit to Scott though, man.
He's doing well this round.
He's not give up at all.
He's behind me. It's been a fantastic fight so far, hasn't it?
Of course.
Good left hand there from Marcel. You can tell from looking at them just a few feet away how deep they're both digging, aren't they?
Of course. Good shot.
Good round this for Scott Allan so far.
You know, he's putting the pressure on Marcel, just used to just keep boxing, keep pot shotting him. You know, he's got the fight in the bag. Doesn't need to do anything drastic. But with fighters like Scott, you need to be on your game, man, because
they're just coming forward. Yeah, they're fit. They're coming forward.
He's hungry.
Scott's finishing well, but he needed this round.
Of course he did.
Excellent round. Final 3 minutes now of what's been a superb action-packed 10-rounder. Marcel looks a bit ahead, but Scott Allan certainly narrowed the gap in the penultimate round there, round 9. Referee John Latham visits both corners, tells both boys to touch gloves as they come out for this round.
You know, this is where being a professional, being an athlete counts right now. You know, your mental capacity. It's the last round. You're tired. Your body is tired. Your arms are tired. It's about keeping it together now. Because you know Scott's just going to give it all now. You know he's got nothing to lose.
Pair of them both enjoyed it. Been a good sporting contest. And John Latham's not had a lot to do, has he? Just let them get on with it. He's let it flow. He's had a really good fight, the referee.
He's a good ref, John Latham. He's a good ref. Good job by Scott.
Scott looks like he's finishing the better of the two.
All I used to think is when I get to round 12 or round 10 or whatever, later on in the rounds, start like it's round 1. Back to round 1 now.
Is that your thinking all the time?
That's my thinking, yep. Be switched on. You know, you ain't got time to be tired. That's it. Nice being elusive there by Marcel.
I've got it pretty close now. How you still got Marcel?
You know, I give you know, on the scorecards, obviously he got put down, but I still have Marcel winning.
I've got Marcel winning, but I think it could be very close come the end of this round. I'm just ahead.
Yeah.
Fantastic 10-rounder coming to a close here.
This is what these small house shows are about, man. These kind of fights with this atmosphere.
Some noise in here for a venue that was about a thousand.
Yeah, it's a loud noise, man.
These are nights you don't forget, is it, as a boxer?
Never. But you don't forget them nights in the big arenas too.
What a good fight. Really, really good fight. I'm just touching up my scorecard.
Good fight.
If you score a 10-8 the fourth round, I've got Marcel winning by 1 point. It's close for sure, I think.
Very close.
I think you got it maybe a bit wider.
I don't feel like it's close. I feel like Marcel won. But you know, good fight. Good one for me, good pat. You know, small house show.
Both teams celebrating like they believe that they've done enough.
Of course.
Excellent sporting contest. There it's down to which way the judges go.
Of course, of course.
Judges taking a bit of time, which suggests it may be a close fight. MC's finally getting into ring, and we should be moments away from hearing the decision. Scott Allan certainly thinks he's done enough to take the WBC International Silver Super Flyweight title. Likewise in the home man's corner. Let's get over to him.
After 10 rounds, championship action, we go to a judges' scorecard decision. Judge Mike Larson scores the contest 95 to 94. Timothy O'Connor scores the contest 97 to 92. Max Carter scores the contest 98 to 93. All for the winner by unanimous decision of the new WBC International Super Champion from Liverpool.
Scott Allan's not happy about it. Two of those scorecards are pretty wide, 97, 92, 98, 93. I agreed with Mark Lyson, 95, 94. I think Zelfa, you had Marcel winning, perhaps not quite as wide as a couple of judges, but you had him up, didn't you?
Yeah, I had him up. You know, maybe the judges are closer than me. You know, you can't complain. See what judges are there for, but I had him winning anyway. Well done to him, man. Look at the crowd. I'm happy for him, very happy for him.
Congratulations to Marcel, Braithwaite, and Scott Allan did himself no harm at all. He certainly, it might be a 6th loss on his record, but he's certainly in that British title picture still, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still got a lot of fight in him, you know, and yeah, man, well, fair play to him. He come to Liverpool, you know, from Scotland, and you know, I'll give him credit where credit's due.
Well, I'll tell you what, Zelfa, you did a good shift for us tonight.
You know, wait for me Uncle Pat to invoice me.
You invoice him. You invoice Uncle Mike. Mine goes in tomorrow.
Ah, right. You start saying it's family and all that. I'll only mess.
Is that his favourite line?
Yeah, I'll be here no matter what, man. I'm here. This is where I come from, so you know, no doubt.
I'll tell you, well, thanks for joining us tonight, Zelfa. Been a pleasure listening to you, talking to you, even though we were watching the big fight. Well, you were watching the big fight in Scotland.
Trevor was watching the big fight, wasn't he?
Trevor was watching it as well. Marcel Braithwaite proudly celebrating with his belt, the WBC International Silver Super Flyweight title. Sort of kid who would take that belt to bed with him tonight. Bear with us. Bear with us, and Trevor's going to try and get a few words with Marcel. Give us 5 minutes and we'll be...
happy with that? You happy with that, innit? You're getting in with it, aren't you? Come on, lad. Well done, lad.
How's that look?
Looks good, man. Looks good, man. You're dancing.
Happy over now.
And new. Let's go, Mass. So here we are, Black Flash Promotions with the new WBC Super Flyweight Silver Champion, Marcel Braithwaite. How do you feel, man?
I'm feeling good. How's that look?
Hey, that looks good, that WBC, man. That looks good. That's what you want, innit?
Yeah, man.
I spoke to you a few weeks ago and we were talking. You said, "Listen, I'm only it for trophies. I want to go as far as I can, and I want to be the world champion." Here we go. First step.
That's what I mean. I'm one step closer now. A big step closer. You know what I mean? So now, yeah, I'm WBC International Silver Champion. It looks good, man. I'm feeling good, and it's only up from here. It's only up.
Yeah, you look good there. You look very, very light on your feet. The first rounds we've seen you, your movement was great. He was trying to pin you down. He couldn't really get you in any corners. You know what I mean? Your head movement was great. Your feet was great, and you were banging out with the jabs. Later on, he sort of tried to get a little bit with it, but you were prepared to mix it with him. You know what I mean? I mean, he's no easy ride, is he?
Yeah, no. I was enjoying it, to be honest. I was enjoying it. I think when I tripped, I don't think that was no knockdown. I tripped. I went to throw one of the shots. My coach told me to throw me, and I've come a bit straight as it did, and I tripped. So I went back. And then it was about me still keeping that good vibe, getting straight back to that performance, and getting back to feeling good. Not letting it knock me. So I was like, yeah, boom, let's get back on top of it. Like I got up and still won the round, you know what I mean? But whether it did or not, I won the rest of the fights and I won the fight. So
yeah, you look great, mate. You look really, really well. You were there. You're committed. You could tell in your eyes your passion. Obviously, the crowd played a great part as well. You've always have a great support here when you come anyway. You know what I mean? So, it's fantastic, and we're really, really proud of you. Obviously, Black Flash Promotions. Let's bring the old fella in here. Let's bring
Wade.
Come on, let's bring Wade in here.
Yeah, man.
Let's bring the man in. That's where the man in. He's doing it. He's made it possible. So what are you saying, Wayne?
I'm happy, I'm smiling. Nah, you know what? I knew we could do it. And at this stage in his career, that's the exact opponent which he needed. We know Scott's fair game. There was a bit of a mishap on the scales. He never made the weight. But Marcel showed his class. I didn't think it was a knockdown for number one.
Yeah.
He showed his class. And we go on from here. The development keeps going. I'm fucking over the moon for him.
And hopefully we can bring the world champion back to Liverpool, and obviously for Black Flash Promotion, our programme as well. Obviously, everybody loves you. Everybody's proud of you, man. You've done a great job, Wayne. You do a great job with all your boxers. Do you know what I mean? So we are buzzing.
You see what it is? You see this venue? This venue is going to be now the new Liverpool home of boxing. It's a fantastic venue. We've got 4 shows booked here, as you know, throughout the year. And what a show to start off the year with. This is the York Hall of Liverpool. Yeah. You know what I mean?
We were saying that before, it's very, very similar to the York Hall, you know what I mean? The atmosphere, the balcony, the roof, everything, you know what I mean? And like I say, what a way to start the show, what a way to finish the show. Do you know what I mean? With a new WBC champion, Marcel Braithwaite. Thank you very much. Cheers, Wayne.
I'm having this tonight.
So there we are. Another great night for Black Flash Promotions. Great bill. Like I say, accumulating with a new world champion. Next fight, 26th of March, over at Manchester in the Victoria Warehouse. We hope to see you all there. Thanks very much for tuning in.